where you go. Don't breathe it now. A lot don't you can never know. Until I do, I lead you and never slide. And I hope all set and fire is what you want.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
Weaving, an act of two separate threads interlaced at the right angle, a harmony of opposites. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program is implemented with specific objectives and goals, building towards a systematic relationship to generate maximum sustainable impact for the weavers and their community. Southeast Asia is the home to some of the most diverse and intricate handwoven fabrics in the world. Weaving has a colorful history in this region, marked by wars, trade, and beliefs. By preserving the culture and knowledge of our ASEAN community, we preserve a piece of who we are and our identity. This is where the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers comes in. The program promotes traditional woven textiles in a sustainable manner across the ASEAN region in becoming economically independent, whilst advocating financial inclusion. Sericulture and cotton farmers are also benefiting from our program. The sericulture farmers are essential to the silk weaving cycle, since the silkworms only feed on the leaves of the mulberry trees, whilst the cotton farmers are essential to the cotton weaving cycle in producing natural fiber for weaving thread. Since its launch in 2016, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program has taken root in Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, and Malaysia, blending eco-conscious practices with cultural preservation. The program has trained plenty of women weavers, supported numerous sericulture and cotton farmers, and planted countless mulberry trees and cotton bushes. In 2025, the journey continues into the Philippines, a land where vibrant textile traditions continue to define regional identity and community pride. Through partnership with Adhere Fabric Gallery, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines will establish 2 weaving training centers in Argao and Bukidnon, train local women weavers in Argao, Bukidnon, and Manila, as well as supporting abaca farmers in Bukidnon. Nestled along the coast of Cebu, Argao is rich in history, culture, and untapped weaving potential. Originally known for their polyhemp and kinarnero weaves, here the community is ready to revive a forgotten weave, hablon, and to build something new, together, designed to serve as a weaving training hub and innovative production space. Upon its completion, the center will embody the future of sustainable weaving in the Argao region. Each thread is a bridge between past and future, tradition and transformation. Each piece tells a story of resilience, of dignity, of hope.
Ako di ay si Aureng Laureana, akong tinuod ngalan. Akong edad 73, mag-74 na hapit naman. Hinoon sa atong pagtiyaga sa paghablo namo, tako kayo na katabang sa akong kinabuhi, ma'am. Nasugod ra ko kuman kay abi nimo sa akong mga hablonira, makatabang pud ko sa ilang mga sakripisyo sa paghablon. Kung sa ihatag kanila, makakwarta man po niya. Makatabang sa ilang mga estudyante, gawas na ako kay dako jud kay pasalamat nimo ma'am sa Maybank kini karon dako kaayo jud nga inggan yung ihatag. Uy, dako jud kay kog pasalamat kanimo ma'am kung wala pa pud ka magkuan sa Maybank. Salamat jud kaayo nga makatabang nako, makatabang sa akong mga weavers nga mula hutay pahantod sud mabuhi pa ta.
Ako si Jeline Olagar, Community Manager diri sa Hablo ni Lariana sa Argao. Ang akong gibati karon nga mubag-o na ang amo ang looms niya na siya improvement o kaming tanan magpasalamat syud dako sa Maybank Foundation kay usami sa napili nila ba nga matabangan nga madako o maanindot na ang amo ang weaving center. Pinaagi sa pagpanindot sa pagpalambo ang kaming mga weavers daghan na po ma-income kay murag madaghan man ang mga orders so mabisi na gid mi ani so makatigom na gid silang daghan. Para sa pag-eskwela sa mga anak, para sa mga panginahanglanon o kinahanglan po kada adlaw nga panguan kanang mga palit og mga pagkaon dako kay gikatabang gyud. Salamat usab kaayo sa Maybank Foundation nga wala mi nila pasagdi nga mitabang gid sila nagduha-duha sa pagtabang kanamo nga molambo ang amo ang weaving center. Ug salamat usab sa Adhere.
Adhere Fabric Gallery is very fortunate to be the implementing partner of the Maybank Women's Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines model is built on a complete and circular weaving ecosystem basis. This program and partnership is very unique as it will cover nationwide, representing Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, supporting our partner communities in our urban, indigenous, and rural sector. The weavers from the Philippines will have have the access to join upskilling workshops, leveraging on the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers network of partners in Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, such as learning the natural dye techniques using roots, bark, leaves, and fruits. This eco-conscious approach minimizes water use, eliminates harmful chemicals, and integrates traditional wisdom with sustainability. With market access, infrastructure support, leadership trainings, and financial literacy trainings, as well as capacity building, among others, we ensure a sustainable livelihood and long-term impact that's very holistic, covering socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental impacts. This is more than a weaving upskilling program. It's transformation.
Today, the women of Argao are already weaving their dreams into reality. Thank you to our program partner, Anthill, and all those who supported us in the effort to empower the lives of all the beneficiaries of the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. Together, we are reviving heritage, empowering communities, and weaving a better future, one thread at a time.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use, because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to use this. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next TGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
The M2U Biz app is convenient and user-friendly for us, especially we're constantly on the run in the gym. And that lets us put more focus on our customers.
Dengan adanya persediaan halal, kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, jaminan kepada pelanggan-pelanggan kita. Adhere Foods Sdn Bhd merupakan syarikat pengeluar snack unik yang ada di Batu Arang, Selangor. Pada mulanya kita dari dapur rumah hanya berdua saja buat production. Kita boleh buat satu hari dalam 50 balang saja. Alhamdulillah kurang 5 tahun kita dah berada di kilang kita sendiri. Atas sokongan orang ramai terhadap keunikan dan keenakan snack kita, itu yang membolehkan kita kekal relevan sehingga ke hari ini.
Memasuki pasaran pada tahun 2019 dengan inovasi snack cornflakes telur masin pedas, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Adhere Foods Sdn Bhd, Anif Azami, bersyukur atas sambutan luar biasa yang diterima. Kejayaan ini turut mendorong beliau dan pasukannya untuk memperluaskan barisan produk mereka dengan menambahkan produk berasaskan cendawan tiram dan kulit popiah.
Bagi kami, pensijilan halal ini adalah sesuatu yang penting bagi pengusaha produk makanan. Dengan adanya pensijilan halal, produk kita boleh menembusi pelbagai ruang pasaran. Kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, bila kita ada pensijilan halal, ini membuatkan pelanggan lebih yakin dan percaya dengan produk-produk yang kita keluarkan.
Memperoleh sijil pengesahan halal Malaysia dari JAKIM tidak hanya memberi kepercayaan kepada pengguna, tetapi juga menjadi kunci kepada masa depan yang cerah bagi Adhere Foods Sdn Bhd dengan bekerjasama dengan jenama besar.
Tetapi pada ketika itu kami belum ada lagi pensijilan halal OEM. Jadi atas sebab itu saya mencari maklumat dan beruntungnya saya ada bertemu dengan salah seorang pegawai Maybank Islamik. Kita dapat bimbingan khas daripada pegawai berkenaan. Beliau juga ada membuat pra-penilaian terhadap proses penghilang kami dan beliau juga adakan internal audit bersama dengan pasukan saya di kilang. Dengan adanya pensijilan halal OEM ini membolehkan kami membantu SME di luar sana yang nak mengeluarkan snack ada pensijilan halal bersama dengan Adhere.
Maybank Islamic melalui Halal to You hadir sebagai pelengkap bisnes kepada Adhere Foods Sdn Bhd yang menikmati kemudahan pembiayaan bersepadu.
Antaranya Maybank Trade Finance, Corporate Card dan juga Working Capital Financing. Fasilitis ni memang bantu kita untuk SME terus berkembang dan memastikan kita punya produktiviti berjalan dengan lancar.
%80 of our clients coming into the gym use QR Pay. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So the decision to use QR Pay is an obvious choice.
Bermula dari sebuah gerai keria di tepi jalan pada tahun 2016, kini alhamdulillah perniagaan kami telah berkembang kepada beberapa kios dan dijual oleh ejen-ejen kami. Feedback yang diterima daripada customer-customer pun semuanya positif. Disebabkan bilangan customer kami meningkat, permintaan untuk menjadi ejen kami juga meningkat, termasuk ejen non-Muslim. Yang lagi menarik perhatian saya, ejen non-Muslim ini telah memberitahu saya yang mereka risau jika customer Muslim mereka ragu-ragu untuk membeli kuih keria kami daripada mereka. Jadi, kami pun kena fikir bagaimana kami dapat yakinkan kepada customer-customer yang keria kami adalah produk yang diproses sepenuhnya oleh kilang Muslim. Di situlah kami sedar bahawa kami perlu dapatkan sijil halal agar kami dapat memberikan jaminan bukan sahaja kepada ejen-ejen kami tetapi juga kepada customer-customer mereka. Tapi, tim saya semua muda-muda dan berusia seakan saya. Jadi, kami pun tak berapa tahu tentang prosedur aplikasi halal. Nasib baik, seorang pegawai Maybank Islamic yang saya kenal melalui satu kursus memperkenalkan saya kepada Maybank Islamic Halal Program. Kami diminta untuk membuat satu ujian pra-penilaian oleh Maybank Islamic untuk lebih memahami aspek-aspek perniagaan yang kami perlu ada untuk pembaikan bagi syarikat sebelum kami mula prosedur aplikasi sijil halal. Nasib baik mereka ada. Tanpa bantuan mereka, peninglah kepala tim kami. Untuk mendapatkan sijil halal, ada beberapa perkara yang kami perlu ambil kira. Antaranya ialah kilang kami perlu buat renovasi untuk patuh pada spesifikasi yang betul. Selain itu, pembekal bahan mentah kami juga perlu ada CJ halal mereka. Kami memang perlu memastikan yang proses pembuatan kuih kering kami halalan dan thayyiban. Semua ini perlukan kos dan Maybank Islamic telah memberikan sokongan kepada kami dengan funding untuk kami teruskan prosedur aplikasi CJ halal. Bukan itu je, Maybank Islamic telah menghubungkan kami dengan halal expert di mana mereka sentiasa mengingatkan kami tentang persediaan dan langkah-langkah seterusnya. Alhamdulillah, dengan sokongan dan bantuan mereka, kami akhirnya telah memperolehi CJ halal. Pada masa yang sama, kami juga mengambil peluang ini untuk menambah baik operasi perniagaan dari segi pembayaran melalui QR payment. Ejen-ejen sekarang pun tak perlu pakai cash lagi, senang sangat. Lagipun dengan Maybank Biz, kami pun senang nak uruskan gaji kaki tangan atau pembayaran berkenaan perniagaan saya yang lain. Selepas kami memperolehi CJ halal pada bulan Januari lepas, kami telah memenangi anugerah Pernas iaitu anugerah BIT, Business in Transformation. Selain itu, kami happy sangat sebab ejen-ejen non-Muslim kami juga sudah semakin meningkat. Dengan halal certification, kami juga layak untuk mengembangkan perniagaan kami melalui mart dan shopping mall. Kami akan terus berusaha untuk membawa produk-produk yang berkualiti kepada customer dan ejen-ejen. Bukan sahaja lokal, tetapi kepada mereka di overseas suatu hari nanti. InsyaAllah.
Our HR systems integrate nicely with the MTU-based app. Our employees are never paid late and our payments are facilitated smoothly and without hassle.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
Weaving, an act of two separate threads interlaced at the right angle, a harmony of opposites. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program is implemented with specific objectives and goals, building towards a systematic relationship to generate maximum sustainable impact for the weavers and their community. Southeast Asia is the home to some of the most diverse and intricate handwoven fabrics in the world. Weaving has a colorful history in this region, marked by wars, trade, and beliefs. By preserving the culture and knowledge of our ASEAN community, we preserve a piece of who we are and our identity. This is where the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers comes in. The program promotes traditional woven textiles in a sustainable manner across the ASEAN region in becoming economically independent, whilst advocating financial inclusion. Sericulture and cotton farmers are also benefiting from our program. The sericulture farmers are essential to the silk weaving cycle, since the silkworms only feed on the leaves of the mulberry trees, whilst the cotton farmers are essential to the cotton weaving cycle in producing natural fiber for weaving thread. Since its launch in 2016, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program has taken root in Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, and Malaysia, blending eco-conscious practices with cultural preservation. The program has trained plenty of women weavers, supported numerous sericulture and cotton farmers, and planted countless mulberry trees and cotton bushes. In 2025, the journey continues into the Philippines, a land where vibrant textile traditions continue to define regional identity and community pride. Through partnership with Anthill Fabric Gallery, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines will establish 2 weaving training centers in Argao and Bukidnon, train local women weavers in Argao, Bukidnon, and Manila, as well as supporting abaca farmers in Bukidnon. Nestled along the coast of Cebu, Argao is rich in history, culture, and untapped weaving potential. Originally known for their polyhemp and Kinarnero weaves, here the community is ready to revive a forgotten weave, Hablon, and to build something new, together, designed to serve as a weaving training hub and innovative production space. Upon its completion, the center will embody the future of sustainable weaving in the Argao region. Each thread is a bridge between past and future, tradition and transformation. Each piece tells a story of resilience, of dignity, of hope.
Ako di ay si Aureng Laureana, akong tinuod ngalan. Akong edad 73, mag-74 na hapit naman. Hinoon sa atong pagtiyaga sa paghablo namo, tako kayo na katabang sa akong kinabuhi, ma'am Anon. Nasugod ra ko kuman kay abi nimo sa akong mga hablonira, makatabang pud ko sa ilang mga sakripisyo sa paghablon. Kung sa ihatag kanila, makakwarta man po niya. Makatabang sa ilang mga estudyante, gawas na ako kay dako jud kay pasalamat nimo Ma'am An sa Maybank kini karon dako kaayo jud nga inggan yung gihatag. Oy dako jud kay kog pasalamat kanimo Ma'am An kung wala pa pud ka magkuan sa Maybank. Salamat jud kaayo nga makatabang nako, makatabang sa akong mga weavers nga mulahutay pahantod sud mabuhi pa ta.
Ako si Jeline Olagar, Community Manager diri sa Hablo ni Lariana sa Argao. Ang akong gibati karon nga mubag-o na ang amo ang looms niya na siya improvement o kaming tanan magpasalamat jud migdako sa Maybank Foundation kay usami sa napili nila ba nga matabangan nga madako o maanindot na ang amo ang weaving center. Pinaagi sa pagpanindot sa pagpalambo ang kaming mga weavers daghan na po ma-income kay murag madaghan man ang mga orders so mabisi na gid mi ani so makatigom na gid silang daghan. Para sa pag-eskwela sa mga anak, para sa mga panginahanglanon o kinahanglan po kada adlaw nga panguan kanang mga palit og mga pagkaon dako kay gikatabang gyud. Salamat usab kaayo sa Maybank Foundation nga wala mi nila pasagdi nga mitabang gyud sila nagduha-duha sa pagtabang kanamo nga molambo ang amo ang weaving center. Ug salamat usab sa Anthill.
Anthill Fabric Gallery is very fortunate to be the implementing partner of the Maybank Women's Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines model is built on a complete and circular weaving ecosystem basis. This program and partnership is very unique as it will cover nationwide, representing Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, supporting our partner communities in our urban, indigenous, and rural sector. The weavers from the Philippines will have the access to join upskilling workshops, leveraging on the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers network of partners in Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, such as learning the natural dye techniques using roots, bark, leaves, and fruits. This eco-conscious approach minimizes water use, eliminates harmful chemicals, and integrates traditional wisdom with sustainability. With market access, infrastructure support, leadership trainings, and financial literacy trainings, as well as capacity building, among others, we ensure a sustainable livelihood and long-term impact that's very holistic, covering socio-economic, cultural, and environmental impacts. This is more than a weaving upskilling program. It's transformation.
Today, the women of Argao are already weaving their dreams into reality. Thank you to our program partner, Anthill, and all those who supported us in the effort to empower the lives of all the beneficiaries of the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. Together, we are reviving heritage, empowering communities, and weaving a better future, one thread at a time.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use, because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to You Biz. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next TGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
The M2U Biz app is convenient and user-friendly for us, especially we're constantly on the run in the gym. And that lets us put more focus on our customers.
Dengan adanya persetujuan halal, kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, jaminan kepada pelanggan-pelanggan kita. Adactive Foods Sdn Bhd merupakan syarikat pengeluar snack unik yang ada di Batu Arang, Selangor. Pada mulanya kita dari dapur rumah hanya berdua saja buat production. Kita boleh buat satu hari dalam 50 balang saja. Alhamdulillah kurang 5 tahun kita dah berada di kilang kita sendiri. Atas sokongan orang ramai terhadap keunikan dan keenakan snack kita, itu yang membolehkan kita kekal relevan sehingga ke hari ini.
Memasuki pasaran pada tahun 2019 dengan inovasi snack cornflakes telur masin pedas, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Adactive Foods Sdn Bhd, Anif Azami, bersyukur atas sambutan luar biasa yang diterima. Kejayaan ini turut mendorong beliau dan pasukannya untuk memperluaskan barisan produk mereka dengan menambahkan produk berasaskan cendawan tiram dan kulit popiah.
Bagi kami, persetujuan halal ini adalah sesuatu yang penting bagi pengusaha produk makanan. Dengan adanya persetujuan halal, produk kita boleh menembusi pelbagai ruang pasaran. Kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, bila kita ada persetujuan halal, ini membuatkan pelanggan lebih yakin dan percaya dengan produk-produk yang kita keluarkan.
Memperoleh sijil pengesahan halal Malaysia dari JAKIM tidak hanya memberi kepercayaan kepada pengguna, tetapi juga menjadi kunci kepada masa depan yang cerah bagi Adactive Foods Sdn Bhd dengan bekerjasama dengan jenama besar.
Tetapi pada ketika itu kami belum ada lagi pensijilan halal OEM. Jadi atas sebab itu saya mencari maklumat dan beruntungnya saya ada bertemu dengan salah seorang pegawai Maybank Islamic. Kita dapat bimbingan khas daripada pegawai berkenaan. Beliau juga ada membuat pra-penilaian terhadap proses pengilang kami dan beliau juga adakan internal audit bersama dengan pasukan saya di kilang. Dengan adanya persetujuan halal OEM ini membolehkan kami membantu SME di luar sana yang nak mengeluarkan snack ada persetujuan halal bersama dengan Adactive.
Maybank Islamic melalui Halal to You hadir sebagai pelengkap bisnes kepada Adactive Foods Sdn Bhd yang menikmati kemudahan pembiayaan bersepadu.
Antaranya Maybank Trade Finance, Corporate Card dan juga Working Capital Financing. Fasilitis ni memang bantu kita untuk SME terus berkembang dan memastikan kita punya produktiviti berjalan dengan lancar.
% of our clients coming into the gym use QR Pay. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So the decision to use QR Pay is an obvious choice.
Bermula dari sebuah gerai keria di tepi jalan pada tahun 2016, kini alhamdulillah perniagaan kami telah berkembang kepada beberapa kios dan dijual oleh ejen-ejen kami. Feedback yang diterima daripada customer-customer pun semuanya positif. Disebabkan bilangan customer kami meningkat, permintaan untuk menjadi ejen kami juga meningkat, termasuk ejen non-Muslim. Yang lagi menarik perhatian saya, ejen non-Muslim ini telah memberitahu saya yang mereka risau jika customer Muslim mereka ragu-ragu untuk membeli kuih keria kami daripada mereka. Jadi, kami pun kena fikir bagaimana kami dapat yakinkan kepada customer-customer yang keria kami adalah produk yang diproses sepenuhnya oleh kilang Muslim. Di situlah kami sedar bahawa kami perlu dapatkan sijil halal agar kami dapat memberikan jaminan bukan sahaja kepada ejen-ejen kami tetapi juga kepada customer-customer mereka. Tapi, tim saya semua muda-muda dan berusia seakan saya. Jadi, kami pun tak berapa tahu tentang prosedur aplikasi halal. Nasib baik, seorang pegawai Maybank Islamic yang saya kenal melalui satu kursus memperkenalkan saya kepada Maybank Islamic Halal Program. Kami diminta untuk membuat satu ujian pra-penilaian oleh Maybank Islamic untuk lebih memahami aspek-aspek perniagaan yang kami perlu ada untuk pembaikan bagi syarikat sebelum kami mula prosedur aplikasi CJ Halal. Nasib baik mereka ada. Tanpa bantuan mereka, peninglah kepala tim kami. Untuk mendapatkan CJ Halal, ada beberapa perkara yang kami perlu ambil kira. Antaranya ialah kilang kami perlu buat renovasi untuk patuh pada spesifikasi yang betul. Selain itu, pembekal bahan mentah kami juga perlu ada CJ Halal mereka. Kami memang perlu memastikan yang proses pembuatan kuih kering kami halalan dan thayyiban. Semua ini perlukan kos dan Maybank Islamic telah memberikan sokongan kepada kami dengan funding untuk kami teruskan prosedur aplikasi CJ Halal. Bukan itu je, Maybank Islamic telah menghubungkan kami dengan halal expert di mana mereka sentiasa mengingatkan kami tentang persediaan dan langkah-langkah seterusnya. Alhamdulillah, dengan sokongan dan bantuan mereka, kami akhirnya telah memperolehi CJ Halal. Pada masa yang sama, kami juga mengambil peluang ini untuk menambah baik operasi perniagaan dari segi pembayaran melalui QR payment. Ejen-ejen sekarang pun tak perlu pakai cash lagi, senang sangat. Lagipun dengan Maybank to You Biz, kami pun senang nak uruskan gaji kaki tangan atau pembayaran berkenaan perniagaan saya yang lain. Selepas kami memperolehi CJ Halal pada bulan Januari lepas, kami telah memenangi anugerah Pernas iaitu anugerah BIT, Business in Transformation. Selain itu, kami happy sangat sebab ejen-ejen non-Muslim kami juga sudah semakin meningkat. Dengan halal certification, kami juga layak untuk mengembangkan perniagaan kami melalui mart dan shopping mall. Kami akan terus berusaha untuk membawa produk-produk yang berkualiti kepada customer dan ejen-ejen. Bukan sahaja lokal, tetapi kepada mereka di overseas suatu hari nanti. InsyaAllah.
Our HR systems integrate nicely with the MCU-based app. Our employees are never paid late and our payments are facilitated smoothly and without hassle.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which you operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower the disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
Weaving, an act of two separate threads interlaced at the right angle, a harmony of opposites. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program is implemented with specific objectives and goals, building towards a systematic relationship to generate maximum sustainable impact for the weavers and their community. Southeast Asia is the home to some of the most diverse and intricate handwoven fabrics in the world. Weaving has a colorful history in this region, marked by wars, trade, and beliefs. By preserving the culture and knowledge of our ASEAN community, we preserve a piece of who we are and our identity. This is where the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers comes in. The program promotes traditional woven textiles in a sustainable manner across the ASEAN region in becoming economically independent, whilst advocating financial inclusion. Sericulture and cotton farm.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which you operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower the disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
Weaving, an act of two separate threads interlaced at the right angle, a harmony of opposites. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program is implemented with specific objectives and goals, building towards a systematic relationship to generate maximum sustainable impact for the weavers and their community. Southeast Asia is the home to some of the most diverse and intricate handwoven fabrics in the world. Weaving has a colorful history in this region, marked by wars, trade, and beliefs. By preserving the culture and knowledge of our ASEAN community, we preserve a piece of who we are and our identity. This is where the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers comes in. The program promotes traditional woven textiles in a sustainable manner across the ASEAN region in becoming economically independent, whilst advocating financial inclusion. Sericulture and cotton farmers are also benefiting from our program. The sericulture farmers are essential to the silk weaving cycle, since the silkworms only feed on the leaves of the mulberry trees, whilst the cotton farmers are essential to the cotton weaving cycle in producing natural fiber for weaving thread. Since its launch in 2016, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program has taken root in Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, and Malaysia, blending eco-conscious practices with cultural preservation. The program has trained plenty of women weavers, supported numerous sericulture and cotton farmers, and planted countless mulberry trees and cotton bushes. In 2025, the journey continues into the Philippines, a land where vibrant textile traditions continue to define regional identity and community pride. Through partnership with Adhere Fabric Gallery, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines will establish 2 weaving training centers in Argao and Bukidnon, train local women weavers in Argao, Bukidnon, and Manila, as well as supporting Abaca farmers in Bukidnon. Nestled along the coast of Cebu, Argao is rich in history, culture, and untapped weaving potential. Originally known for their polyhemp and Kinarnero weaves, here the community is ready to revive a forgotten weave, Hablon, and to build something new, together, designed to serve as a weaving training hub and innovative production space. Upon its completion, the center will embody the future of sustainable weaving in the Argao region. Each thread is a bridge between past and future, tradition and transformation. Each piece tells a story of resilience, of dignity, of hope.
Ako di ay si Aureng Laureana, akong tinuod ngalan. Akong edad 73, mag-74 na hapit naman. Hinoon sa atong pagtiyaga sa paghablo namo, tako kayo na katabang sa akong kinabuhi, ma'am Anon. Nasugod ra ko ma'am, kay abi nimo sa akong mga hablonira, makatabang pud ko sa ilang mga sakripisyo sa paghablon. Kung sa ihatag kanila, makakwarta man po niya. Makatabang sa ilang mga estudyante, gawas na ako kay dako jud kay pasalamat nimo ma'am An sa Maybank kini karon dako kaayo jud nga inggan yung gihatag. Oy dako jud kay kog pasalamat kanimo ma'am An kung wala pa pud ka magkuan sa Maybank. Salamat jud kaayo nga makatabang nako, makatabang sa akong mga weavers nga mulahutay pahantod sud mabuhi pa ta.
Ako si Jeline Olagar, Community Manager diri sa Hablo ni Lariana sa Argao. Ang akong gibati karon nga mubag-o na ang amo ang looms niya na siya improvement o kaming tanan magpasalamat sumigdako sa Maybank Foundation kay usami sa napili nila ba nga matabangan nga madako o maanindot na ang amo ang weaving center. Pinaagi sa pagpanindot sa pagpalambo ang kaming mga weavers daghan na po ma-income kay murag madaghan man ang mga orders so mabisi na gid mi ani so makatigom na gid sila daghan. Para sa pag-eskwela sa mga anak, para sa mga panginahanglanon o kinahanglan po kada adlaw nga panguan kanang mga palit og mga pagkaon dako kay gikatabang gyud. Salamat usab kaayo sa Maybank Foundation nga wala mi nila pasagdi nga mitabang gid sila nagduha-duha sa pagtabang kanamo nga molambo ang amo ang weaving center. Ug salamat usab sa Adhere.
Adhere Fabric Gallery is very fortunate to be the implementing partner of the Maybank Women's Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines model is built on a complete and circular weaving ecosystem basis. This program and partnership is very unique as it will cover nationwide, representing Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, supporting our partner communities in our urban, indigenous, and rural sector. The weavers from the Philippines will have the access to join upskilling workshops, leveraging on the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers network of partners in Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, such as learning the natural dye techniques using roots, bark, leaves, and fruits. This eco-conscious approach minimizes water use, eliminates harmful chemicals, and integrates traditional wisdom with sustainability. With market access, infrastructure support, leadership trainings, and financial literacy trainings, as well as capacity building, among others, we ensure a sustainable livelihood and long-term impact that's very holistic, covering socio-economic, cultural, and environmental impacts. This is more than a weaving upskilling program. It's transformation.
Today, the women of Argao are already weaving their dreams into reality. Thank you to our program partner, Anthill, and all those who supported us in the effort to empower the lives of all the beneficiaries of the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. Together, we are reviving heritage, empowering communities, and weaving a better future, one thread at a time.
From our first Pami shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use, because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to use this. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next DGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
The MTU Biz app is convenient and user-friendly for us, especially we're constantly on the run in the gym. And that lets us put more focus on our customers.
Dengan adanya persediaan halal, kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, jaminan kepada pelanggan-pelanggan kita. Dakti Foods Sdn Bhd merupakan syarikat pengeluar snack unik yang ada di Batu Arang, Selangor. Pada mulanya kita dari dapur rumah hanya berdua saja buat production, kita boleh buat satu hari dalam 50 balang saja. Alhamdulillah kurang 5 tahun kita dah berada di kilang kita sendiri. Atas sokongan orang ramai terhadap keunikan dan keenakan snack kita, itu yang membolehkan kita kekal relevan sehingga ke hari ini.
Memasuki pasaran pada tahun 2019 dengan inovasi snack cornflakes telur masin pedas, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Adaptive Foods Sdn Bhd, Anif Azami, bersyukur atas sambutan luar biasa yang diterima. Kejayaan ini turut mendorong beliau dan pasukannya untuk memperluaskan barisan produk mereka dengan menambahkan produk berasaskan cendawan tiram dan kulit popiah.
Bagi kami, pensijilan halal ini adalah sesuatu yang penting bagi pengusaha produk makanan. Dengan adanya pensijilan halal, produk kita boleh menembusi pelbagai ruang pasaran. Kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, bila kita ada pensijilan halal, ini membuatkan pelanggan lebih yakin dan percaya dengan produk-produk yang kita keluarkan.
Memperoleh sijil pengesahan halal Malaysia dari JAKIM tidak hanya memberi kepercayaan kepada pengguna, tetapi juga menjadi kunci kepada masa depan yang cerah bagi Adaptive Foods Sdn Bhd dengan bekerjasama dengan jenama besar.
Tetapi pada ketika itu kami belum ada lagi pensijilan halal OEM. Jadi atas sebab itu saya mencari maklumat dan beruntungnya saya ada bertemu dengan salah seorang pegawai Maybank Islamik. Kita dapat bimbingan khas daripada pegawai berkenaan. Beliau juga ada membuat pra-penilaian terhadap proses pengilang kami dan beliau juga adakan internal audit bersama dengan pasukan saya di kilang. Dengan adanya pensijilan halal OEM ini membolehkan kami membantu SME di luar sana yang nak mengeluarkan snack ada pensijilan halal bersama dengan Adaptive.
Maybank Islamik melalui Halal to You hadir sebagai pelengkap bisnes kepada Adaptive Foods Sdn Bhd yang menikmati kemudahan pembiayaan bersepadu.
Antaranya Maybank Trade Finance, Corporate Card dan juga Working Capital Financing. Fasilitis ni memang bantu kita untuk SME terus berkembang dan memastikan kita punya produktiviti berjalan dengan lancar.
% of our clients coming into the gym use QR Pay. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So the decision to use QR Pay is an obvious choice.
Bermula dari sebuah gerai keria di tepi jalan pada tahun 2016, kini alhamdulillah perniagaan kami telah berkembang kepada beberapa kios dan dijual oleh ejen-ejen kami. Feedback yang diterima daripada customer-customer pun semuanya positif. Disebabkan bilangan customer kami meningkat, permintaan untuk menjadi ejen kami juga meningkat, termasuk ejen non-Muslim. Yang lagi menarik perhatian saya, ejen non-Muslim ini telah memberitahu saya yang mereka risau jika customer Muslim mereka ragu-ragu untuk membeli kuih keria kami daripada mereka. Jadi, kami pun kena fikir bagaimana kami dapat yakinkan kepada customer-customer yang keria kami adalah produk yang diproses sepenuhnya oleh kilang Muslim. Di situlah kami sedar bahawa kami perlu dapatkan sijil halal agar kami dapat memberikan jaminan bukan sahaja kepada ejen-ejen kami tetapi juga kepada customer-customer mereka. Tapi tim saya semua muda-muda dan berusaha seakan saya. Jadi, kami pun tak berapa tahu tentang prosedur aplikasi halal. Nasib baik, seorang pegawai Maybank Islamik yang saya kenal melalui satu kursus memperkenalkan saya kepada Maybank Islamik Halal Program. Kami diminta untuk membuat satu ujian pra-penilaian oleh Maybank Islamik untuk lebih memahami aspek-aspek perniagaan yang kami perlu ada untuk perbaikan bagi syarikat sebelum kami mula prosedur aplikasi sijil halal. Nasib baik mereka ada. Tanpa bantuan mereka, peninglah kepala tim kami. Untuk mendapatkan sijil halal, ada beberapa perkara yang kami perlu ambil kira. Antaranya ialah kilang kami perlu buat renovasi untuk patuh pada spesifikasi yang betul. Selain itu, pembekal bahan mentah kami juga perlu ada sijil halal mereka. Kami memang perlu memastikan yang proses pembuatan kuih keria kami halalan dan thayyiban. Semua ini perlukan kos dan Maybank Islamic telah memberikan sokongan kepada kami dengan funding untuk kami teruskan prosedur aplikasi CJ Halal. Bukan itu je, Maybank Islamic telah menghubungkan kami dengan halal expert di mana mereka sentiasa mengingatkan kami tentang persediaan dan langkah-langkah seterusnya. Alhamdulillah, dengan sokongan dan bantuan mereka, kami akhirnya telah memperolehi CJ Halal. Pada masa yang sama, kami juga mengambil peluang ini untuk menambah baik operasi perniagaan dari segi pembayaran melalui QR payment. Ejen-ejen sekarang pun tak perlu pakai cash lagi, senang sangat. Lagipun dengan Maybank to You Biz, kami pun senang nak uruskan gaji kaki tangan atau pembayaran berkenaan perniagaan saya yang lain. Selepas kami memperolehi CJ Halal pada bulan Januari lepas, kami telah memenangi anugerah Pernas iaitu anugerah BIT, Business in Transformation. Selain itu, kami happy sangat sebab ejen-ejen non-Muslim kami juga sudah semakin meningkat. Dengan halal certification, kami juga layak untuk mengembangkan perniagaan kami melalui MAT dan shopping mall. Kami akan terus berusaha untuk membawa produk-produk yang berkualiti kepada customer dan ejen-ejen. Bukan sahaja lokal, tetapi kepada mereka di overseas suatu hari nanti. InsyaAllah.
Our HR systems integrate nicely with the MCU-based app. Our employees are never paid late and our payments are facilitated smoothly and without hassle.
Don't forget your umbrella, dear.
Voice verification complete. Greetings, agent. You are now located at the Malaysia International Trade and Exhibition Centre, or MITEC. Your mission is to follow evacuation protocol in the slight chance of an emergency. We will be walking you through your mission. Let's head towards the ballroom. If you are the first to encounter an emergency, break the glass to activate the alarm. Please only begin evacuation procedure after the PA announcement. It is important not to panic. Just head towards the exit in an orderly fashion. Head towards the loading bay entrance. At the entrance, you will find the assembly point. Wait there for further instructions. Congratulations, agent. Our GPS tracker informs us that you have made it to the assembly point unharmed. You followed the instructions and have evacuated MITEC in an orderly fashion. This briefing is now complete.
Thank you for paying attention to our safety briefing. Your event can now proceed accordingly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all shareholders attending the 66th Annual General Meeting of the company. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to see many of you here in person today. At the same time, a warm welcome is also extended to those joining us online. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. This reflects the company's continued commitment to the good corporate governance and accessibility for all shareholders. Thank you for taking the time to join us. Your presence and participation are very much appreciated. For your information, this AGM is streamed live from our meeting venue at MITEC, Kuala Lumpur, and is conducted in accordance with Section 327 of the Companies Act 2016 and Article 59 of the company's constitution, as well as the relevant guidance notes issued by the Securities Commission. Remote participation and electronic voting are being made available for this meeting. These facilities are provided by our appointed share registrar, Boardroom Share Registrar Sendirian Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's meeting is to consider the businesses as stated in the notice of the 66th AGM dated 1 April 2026. Before we begin, may I request your kind cooperation for all mobile devices to be switched off or placed on silent mode until the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you. Before we move to the agenda items, allow me to briefly update you on changes to the board's composition since the last AGM on 30th of June 2025 and 14 November 2025, we bade farewell to Dr. Hasnita Hashim and Mr. Anthony Brent Ilam, respectively, both of whom stepped down after 9 years of dedicated service to the board. Following this, we welcome Puan Rohaya Muhammad Yusof as a new independent director. Puan Rohaya joined the board on 1 February 2026. She brings with her more than 30 years of experience in investment management, corporate finance, capital markets, and asset management. Her experience includes leading strategic investment decisions, managing global investment portfolios, and overseeing numerous complex corporate transactions across multiple markets. We believe that her breadth of experience will provide the board with deeper insight into both local and international financial markets and add valuable perspective to the board's deliberations. Now, please allow me to introduce the members of the board of Maybank. On my right, we have our President and Group CEO, Datuk Sri Karusali Ramli, Puan Fauzia Hisham, Ms. Cik Zakia Cik Din, Datuk Zulkifli Abbas Abdul Hamid, and Ms. Chiam So Hong. And on my left, we have our Group General Counsel and Company Secretary, Encik Wan Mazimin Wan Muhammad, Ms. Shirley Goh, Encik Sharifuddin Khalid, Datuk Yi Yang Chien, Mr. Vittorio Furlan, and Puan Rohaya Muhammad Yusof. Ladies and gentlemen, the Company Secretary has confirmed to me that we have the requisite quorum and we can proceed with this meeting. As you may be aware, the notice of AGM, together with the company's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability and environmental report for the financial year 2025 have been published on Maybank's corporate website on 1st April 2026. These publications are in accordance with the company's constitution and the listing requirements. If there is no objection, I hereby propose that the notice of the 66th AGM be taken as read. Can one of the members second the motion, please? Thank you. I declare that the notice of the 66th AGM be taken as read. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with paragraph 8.29A of the listing requirements, voting on all resolutions for this meeting will be conducted by poll via electronic voting system administered by boardroom. Messrs. Deloitte Business Advisory Sdn Bhd has been appointed as the scrutineers for the e-voting process. Shareholders attending physically and virtually are to cast their votes via the system. On that note, please be informed that the voting session is already open. Hence, all of you may start casting your votes now until the closure of the voting session to be announced later. The poll voting results and declaration of resolutions will be shown on the screen after the scrutineers have verified the poll results, and I will then declare whether the resolution have been duly passed. We will now play the boardroom video to guide you on the e-voting exercise for today.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting is boardroom share registrars, and representatives from the scrutineers will also be present to monitor the polling process. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform that allows both physical and virtual attendees to cast their votes using their own smartphones or tablets, or at designated polling kiosks if you are unable to use your personal device. Physical attendees should scan the QR code provided on their instruction slip, while virtual attendees may access the meeting and voting platform via the link sent to their registered email. Enter the 12-digit meeting ID shown on your screen to join the meeting. Review and accept the terms and conditions. Log in using your username and password as shown on your instruction slip. To vote, navigate to the voting tab on the left side of the screen, or at the bottom of the screen if you are using a smartphone. The resolutions and voting choices will be displayed. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. A confirmation message will appear once your vote is received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press cancel. To change your vote, simply select another direction. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear, and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the chairman announcement. If you require assistance, for physical attendees you may approach any usher station throughout the venue, while virtual attendees can contact the boardroom help desk at 0378904700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the agenda for today's meeting, please be informed that shareholders and proxies are welcome to raise questions at any time during this meeting by submitting them in writing via the messaging window facility in the virtual meeting portal. You may have noticed that the complimentary Wi-Fi details are displayed around the hall and also shown on the screen in front of you. You are welcome to log on and stay connected throughout this meeting. You may also submit your questions electronically by scanning the QR code provided upon registration, or ask questions using the microphones closest to you during the question and answer session. All questions related to door gifts, customer service, or any other administrative matters will be forwarded to the management team so that they can answer your questions directly. We have also set up a booth outside this meeting hall to attend to your questions relating to Maybank's products and services, such as credit cards, mortgages, car loans, and insurance, as well as to receive feedback regarding the same. I would be pleased if such questions could be directed to our personnel who are stationed at the booth, and they will be happy to attend to your queries with regard to these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the board will address all questions related to the AGM and the group's performance, business and outlook during the question and answer session to be held later during this meeting. And in this regard, we have engaged Deloitte to verify that we have answered all questions raised by shareholders via the virtual meeting platform. Kindly be informed that we have uploaded all questions received prior to this meeting, including those from our institutional shareholder, PNB, together with our responses on the group's corporate website, as well as in the Documents tab of the virtual meeting portal. We invite you to review these documents, as you may find that some of the questions that you may wish to ask have already been answered, and therefore there is no need for you to ask the same questions again. This will minimize the time taken for us to answer all questions from shareholders before we proceed to vote on all resolutions to be tabled today. As we move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to take this opportunity to outline the sequence in which we will address questions to ensure that all questions are addressed comprehensively and in an orderly manner. Firstly, we will address the questions which we have received from the institutional shareholder PNB right after the presentation by the President and Group CEO. Thereafter, we will proceed to table all resolutions to be discussed at this meeting. After all resolutions have been tabled, we will begin Q&A session. And during the Q&A session, we will first answer all questions submitted via the virtual meeting platform. Thereafter, we will open the floor for questions from those who are present at this venue today. And lastly, we will answer all questions that are submitted today via the virtual meeting platform. In addition to participating in today's discussions, I also encourage all shareholders to download Maybank's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability and environmental report from our corporate website, because these reports provide valuable insights into our performance and commitment to corporate governance and sustainability. As part of our commitment to sustainability, we encourage all shareholders to refer to the soft copy version of the annual report instead of requesting for hard copies. With regard to the door gift for the AGM, please be informed that giftee box vouchers worth 50 ringgit each will be issued to all shareholders and proxies who have registered for this AGM. A voucher may be redeemed from a virtual gift box containing products from 19 participating retailers, allowing recipients to choose their preferred items. Shareholders and proxies who have registered for physical attendance would have received their printed giftee box vouchers during registration at the AGM venue here today, while those who have registered online will receive their Gifty Box e-vouchers via email addresses which they have used to register for this meeting. And the e-vouchers will be sent within 7 business days from the AGM date. For those of you who drove here today and used your touch and go, credit or debit card to enter the car park, please bring that same card to the car park validation counter at Ballroom 2, that's the registration hall, before you leave to enjoy the complimentary parking. And our team will assist with validating your card. When you're ready to exit, just tap the duly validated card at the exit points to exit the parking. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Datuk Sri Karul Saleh to give you some highlights and update on Maybank's performance during the financial year 2025. Datuk Sri, please.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Morning, shareholders. Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. My presentation will cover 2 parts. One is our performance and achievements in 2025. Second part is about going forward and what we're going to be focusing on. So first, in 2025, we delivered strong returns, and we also anchored what we were doing based on a set of purpose. On that, what I meant is that we achieved a net profit of 10.51 billion ringgit. That's an increase of about 4.2%. We also improved our return on equity from 11.1% the year before to 11.7%. We've got solid capital, liquidity, and loan loss coverage buffers, and that would allow us to not just grow our business, but also to ensure that we have got capability to see through some of the volatilities and challenges that we are seeing at the moment. We have also recorded robust shareholder return. We paid out 7.61 billion ringgit in terms of dividend to you, our shareholders. That's up from 7.36 billion ringgit a year before. That translated into a dividend yield of about 6%. And we also reported a total shareholder return of 8.8% last year. Beyond that, as I mentioned on the purposeful banking activities, we have also achieved all the 4 sustainability commitments that we made back in 2021 across sustainable finance, across being carbon neutral position, across improving the lives of households across ASEAN, and also about living sustainability, which is the commitment and contribution of Maybankers in achieving all the sustainability targets. Our net profit uplift came from many levers. There was good fee momentum. We sustained our margins, such as a net interest margin last year at 2.05%. We reported a net operating income growth of 2.7% last year, and we grew our costs about 2.6% last year. So there was a positive jaw of 0.1% in the performance last year. And we have also improved our earnings per share from 87 cents to 83. Sorry, from 83 cents to about 87 cents, or about 4.1% increase year on year. We have sustained income from growth from loans expansion and improved funding quality. What I meant by that was that on the loan side, we grew 1.7% year on year, and that was on the back of even strengthening of the ringgit against US dollar, against Sing dollar, as well as against Indonesian rupiah. If you were to fix the exchange rate at the point of the beginning of 2025, we actually grew our loans of about 4% year on year. And in Malaysia, we actually grew faster than system growth. In Singapore, we grew 5%. The only one that we retraced was in Indonesia because we were still rebalancing our portfolio into a more sustainable and profitable portfolio, especially the inbound clients. Now, on the deposit side, which is on the right-hand side, especially on CASA, we grew our group CASA by 9.4%. And we saw CASA growth across all the home markets. Malaysia grew 6.7%, Singapore grew almost 29%, and Indonesia grew 6.4%. So as we focus on CASA and try to reduce the higher cost deposit that we had and started going into the medium-term markets more and more, we have actually also improved our net interest margin. So if you look at the line at the bottom left, whilst we saw a decline in our NIM from the fourth quarter 2024 of 2.06% to 2% at the end of second quarter, since then we have actually been improving our NIM. And our last reported quarterly NIM was at 2.09%. And if you average this out, our NIM for the full year was at 2.05%, which was the same as the NIM before. So we were able to maintain our overall NIM despite huge competition out there. We continue to grow in our core non-interest income, and hence we are enhancing our earnings quality. Now, fee income constitutes about 1/3 of our total income. Yeah? And under Raw 30, of course, we want to grow that further. And non-interest income last year increased primarily from wealth management, from investment banking businesses, and also trading gains, as well as our insurance business. So this is, of course, an area of focus as we go forward under Raw 30. We also managed to maintain our operating discipline. As I mentioned, we only grew our costs by 2.6%. And if you look at the table on the right-hand side, personnel costs went up by 1.6%. Establishment was the one going fastest. And this naturally is because of the technology improvement that we have done over the last few years, including last year. Asset quality has remained well managed, and we have got very comfortable loan loss coverage. We only reported a net credit charge of 8 basis points compared to 26 basis points the year before. Our loan loss coverage is comfortable at more than 100%, at 107%, compared to 127%. It came down because there was a movement from loans to securities as far as provision is concerned, as a result of a restructuring of one corporate borrowing. From a group impact loans ratio or gross impact loans ratio, we are still comfortable. We are now at 1.28%. More importantly is that we have got what we call management overlay. And this has increased from 1.7 billion ringgit in 2024 to 2.3 billion ringgit last year. And this will certainly be able to cushion us, in particular during this uncertain environment from volatility out there. So we delivered sustained shareholder return. As I mentioned, our dividend yield is at 6%. TSR was at 8.8%. And so far, since 2023, we have actually paid all cash dividend to our shareholders. And you will also notice from dividend per share, we've also been increasing that number as well. From 58 cents back in 2021, consistently going up. And last year, it was at 63 cents per share. We have got very comfortable capital level, again, to be able to withstand any shock, to allow us to grow further in various opportunities, and of course, to consider about paying dividend to you, our shareholders. One thing that I want to highlight on the bottom right is that whilst our group loans grew 1.7%, our group credit risk-weighted asset actually declined by 3.7%. So we have also been able to look at capital management activity in looking at optimizing our risk-weighted asset and hence preserving more capital even as we grow our asset. We introduced M25 Plus back in October 2022, and we are quite happy that it has translated into tangible outcomes. We did a lot on global Islamic leadership, for example, in terms of looking at Islamic wealth management, looking at innovation through IBAS, strengthening our halal solution. We reorganized our operating model, particularly, for example, the wealth and the single captainship. We reorganized our mid-market and SME to have a bit more focus. And of course, we focus on profitability and not just growing assets. We deepened market penetration and wallet share via journeys, ecosystem play, and digitalization. And we regionalized products and intensified cross-selling with the group. So some of the proof points are on the right. First is now, at the end of 2025, our Islamic financing actually is now constitutes the majority of our asset already, from 43.9% to 50.1%. And we maintain our global sukuk leadership at number 2. As far as wealth management is concerned, we grew our wealth fee by 26%, again from the period that we introduced M25 Plus until the end of last year. Mid-market is again a potential growth area because we had always been focusing on the large companies. Now we want to also look at the mid-market companies. And in Malaysia, this has now constituted about 15% of our corporate portfolio from only about 12% back in 2022. We have also improved the volume of FX transaction from both our wealth customers and SME customers. And the volume actually increased by about 11% over year on year. We grew our transaction banking CASA by 5%. Our client grew by 16% as far as adoption of the M2E system. This is a cash management system for our non-retail clients. Investment banking fee income grew almost 15%. And insurance, the focus now is not just on the top line, but also improving margin. And this is evidenced by the improvement in what we call contractual service margin by 8 percentage points to 23% year on year. So these are just some proof points of our achievements under M25 Plus. As far as sustainability is concerned, I mentioned about the 4 pillars, and sustainable finance is one thing. But again, going forward, we're really going to focus on true transition finance. But of course, transition finance will require a whole of the nation approach. We can't do it alone. We also need the government to issue more licenses as far as renewable energy is concerned. What we have introduced is the middle one, what we call physical emission intensity reduction. We know we have got 6 hard-to-abate sectors that cost more than 50% of our total finance emission. And these are power, steel, commercial real estate, palm oil, automotive, and aluminium. What we have set out to do is to reduce this PEI intensity by 2030. So that end of the day, we will contribute towards the decarbonization of our portfolio. We have improved the lives across ASEAN. One thing I want to call out here is, other than social financing, it's about social empowerment. So we spent about 77 million ringgit last year, benefiting about 1 million beneficiaries, again, to uplift the unserved and underserved segments. Now, we continue to focus on customer experience because we are in the service industry, and especially through digital means. And indeed, this has produced positive momentum. If you look at the bar on the left-hand side, some of the key highlights, we have increased our digital customer base from 75% to 79% last year. Equally important is that we have also improved what we call relationship net promoter score. And this is scored by clients, right, customers. So in Malaysia, we remain number 1 as far as our NPS is concerned, but we have improved the percentage to 44, or the points to 44. Equally, I guess, good as well is that in Singapore, from a negative 15, we've been able to move to 33 points. And in Indonesia, we've also equally improved as far as customer satisfaction is concerned. Some of the things I want to call out is that, again, on the top right, for example, we still hold about 46% share of transaction volume for mobile internet banking in Malaysia. We have also improved the speed to market for product development. Normally, it would take close to 9 months. Now, on average, it's down to about 3 months. And there are many other things that we're, again, doing digitally with a view to serve our customers better. And this is where, again, I will explain later where the chunk of the investment will go in going forward. Equally important is to focus on our own employees, Maybankers. We want them to be future ready, to support our continued growth and whatever we want to do. We have increased what we call the next gen role from about 25% to 30% now. How we define next gen is not in AI or technology alone. It's also about new skills that are required. Sustainability is also part of next gen role as well. And now we've got 30% of our employees having what we call next gen growth. We have strengthened our leadership pipeline. So for last year, basically, we have enhanced our succession rate from internal candidates to 82%. Yeah? We spent around 116 million ringgit to train our people last year. We have also got our employees to improve productivity against revenue. Revenue to staff per staff has increased to 700,000 ringgit from about 670,000 ringgit a year before. And we practice inclusivity and diversity. PWD is person with disabilities. We have actually hired 167 of them since 2023. We have got about 57% of our workforce being female, and we've got 43% of our senior management being female as well. So what's the outlook? Of course, this is challenging times that we are managing, so we are adapting to a more selective growth environment, while of course sustaining opportunities for growth across the regional markets. When we announced our full year results back in February, these were the guidance that we gave to the market about what we will achieve this year. Return on equity of about 11.8% from 11.7% this year. Cost to income of about 49%. Our loans growth of 4% and 5%. And net credit charge of about 20 basis points. But this was before someone actually tried to do something to the world. And ever since that, we have got, our economists also, and many economists, reducing the growth trajectory, particularly not just in ASEAN, but across the globe. So our ASEAN 6 GDP growth forecast for this year has been moderated from 4.8% to 4.4% now, and of course will be expected to be lower compared to 5% last year. And this can be seen across the many markets that we operate in. Equally important is that with that, system loans growth has also been reduced as far as forecast for this year is concerned. So we will currently maintain our current guidance, but we are prepared to recalibrate this should market volatility prolong. So what's the next agenda for us? We launched our what we call Raw 30 5-year strategy back in February, which we call Raw 30, with the tagline, now is the time. Why now is the time? Because we really want to be action-oriented, to supercharge our business growth, and to capitalize on ASEAN's growing significance. So we have reimagined our purpose. Our purpose is humanizing financial services, and that has been around since 2010. What we're going to do, basically, going forward, is to reinforce this purpose with what we call values-based offerings in what we do. Now, within our strategy for the next 5 years, we have got 3 key strategic themes. One is our purpose, as I said, which is values-based offerings and sustainable principles, being the overarching theme. The next one is basically building a few businesses at scale. This would include building capabilities to capitalize on ASEAN's rising prominence, but also businesses which we believe we have got capability and differentiation. I will explain a bit later. And last but not least, is really about looking at our foundation, our people, our technology, our digital capabilities, and of course, how we also allocate capital for purposes of investment and growth. So first, on purpose, we keep humanizing financial services, but we focus on 3 areas in terms of ensuring that we continue to deliver exceptional experiences to our customers. Secondly, on sustainability, apart, of course, from doing the environment side, which is about decarbonization, the next 5 years, we are going to double down on what we can impact society positively. The third part is really about powering the economy and the real economy. Of course, we have set certain targets, especially on SME, and then when we define new economy, these are things like transition, financing. This will be financing semiconductor, data centers, and all the high-tech companies. We believe that we have got opportunities to grow in this particular area in tandem with what the government is trying to also achieve under the various economic policies. Under businesses at scale, we have chosen 4 businesses. One is global Islamic finance, and we think that we have got an opportunity to become a leader globally. The other 3 businesses we have anchored on being leader in ASEAN. One is wealth management, 2 is regional transaction and payment, and 3 is regional corporate and investment bank. And last pillar, again, as I mentioned earlier, first is on our people, cultivating an enviable workforce, culture, becoming a talent factory, and also making sure people are mobile within the organization so that they can enhance their versatility to be able to assume higher positions much more effectively. We want to harness the potential of technology, data, and AI. And last but not least, we also want to improve further productivity and capital allocation to drive our performance. End of the day, we have set a target to achieve return on equity of between 13% and 14% by 2030. So just to highlight a bit more on the first pillar, which is on the purpose for our customers, society, and the real economy, those are some of the targets. For customer, we want to continue to be number 1 as far as relationship NPS is concerned, and we want to be top quartile in Singapore and Indonesia. In terms of impacting society positively, we have set to achieve 300 billion ringgit in sustainable finance by 2030 and improving 3 million lives by then, and also doubling the funds that we deploy for financing to the deserving segments. As far as real economy, we have set a target of 100 billion ringgit for SME financing from 60 billion ringgit last year, and we also set a target of 100 billion ringgit for new economies. And this is something new, and we hardly have much so far, but we are confident with what the government is trying to do, and not just in Malaysia, but in the economies that we serve. The new economy potentially can be a new source of growth for Maybank. These are the other financial targets by 2030. In terms of ROE, I already mentioned. NIM, we are hoping to still maintain at 2.05% by then. We want to grow. We want to reduce our cost-to-income ratio to 47%, despite the investment that we're making, and we want to further boost our CASA ratio to more than 41%, and we want to still maintain a good level of net credit charge of about 20 basis points by 2030. There's been a lot of questions, and which I will address later in the Q&A from you shareholders, asking us about technology investment. We think this is necessary to be able to yield both immediate and long-term returns. We had mentioned that we're going to invest about 10 billion ringgit in the next 5 years. Where this money is going to go to? In 2 parts, basically. One is about the long-term future-proofing of our business, and that will be about 60% of the investment. The other part is about the medium-term and short-term rapid development to be able to get short-term outcome, and that's about 40%. Some of the key investment and the long-term future-proofing is modernizing our core system. Our core system modernization will not end by 2030. This is a long-term project, and it will go beyond 2030. But other than that, we are also modernizing our data center architecture. We are fortifying our security landscape, and we're also establishing digital asset platform as far as the long-term future-proofing. On the short-term and medium-term, it's about iterating and deploying new capabilities, again with a focus on serving customer journeys and experience, and developing enterprise-wide advanced data and AI foundation. So basically, why we are doing this can be summarized into 4 things. Modernize the core on the right-hand side. We want to enhance resiliency of our operation. We want to fully adopt cloud and AI, and we want to deliver best-in-class user experience. So we are entering 2026 from a position of strength, but we also recognize that things are not easy out there. Things are quite volatile. But first, to recap, N25 Plus has successfully been completed, translating strategy into performance. Secondly is that we had a good 2025 with record net profit of 10.5 billion ringgit, ROE of 11.7%, well-defended NIM, and resilient asset quality. The third is we delivered strong shareholder return, enabling high cash dividend payout with about 6% dividend yield. Raw 30 for the next 5 years would provide us with a clear strategic roadmap, again to drive shareholder value, but at the same time future-proofing Maybank for many, many decades to come. And last but not least, 2026 does present us with a more challenging environment, but we will strive to identify opportunities for growth, underpinned by prudent risk management with strong capital buffers and the continued financial resilience. I will hand over back to Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk Sri Khairul, for that presentation. I think the next item is for Datuk Sri Khairul to address the questions put forward by our institutional shareholder, PNB. Datuk Sri Khairul, if you may.
Thank you, Chairman. We have received a set of queries and questions from PNB, which is our major shareholder or biggest shareholder. The first one is on TSR. Basically, the question is to show the TSR of Maybank for the past 1, 3, and 5 years, up to the financial year ending 2025, and with a brief explanation of the differences in returns over these 3 time periods. So first, on the 1 year, I did mention earlier that we delivered 8.8% return. This is supported by income growth, strong ROE of 11.7%, with robust liquidity and capital position. For the 3-year TSR, we recorded a TSR of 45.2%. The 3-year TSR highlights our post-pandemic stabilization and transformative growth under M25+, including preserved margins, non-interest income expansion, and increasing ROE. Over the 5 years, we had an even higher TSR at 72.6%, and this really captured the full cycle of our recovery from the pandemic, resilient income growth, and declining loan loss provision from improved asset quality and enhanced capital management. So that's the first part of the question. Question number 2. Previously, the board highlighted ROE as a primary driver for our TSR, underpinned by income growth, efficiency, and optimal asset and capital management. The ask is that which business segments or geographies are currently generating ROE above the group, which segments are lagging behind, what factors contribute to the difference, and what specific strategies or initiatives have been implemented to uplift the performance of the underperforming segments. So our answer is that Malaysia and Singapore remain the group's strongest contributors, delivering returns above the group ROE. Performance is supported by stable NIM, strong non-interest income, solid balance sheet growth, and resilient asset quality. Indonesia and selected overseas markets have generated more measured returns amid a challenging operating environment. Indonesia, the focus is on addressing the fundamentals, such as strengthening home finance, improving branch effectiveness and sales productivity, and enhancing inbound corporate client activities from Malaysia and Singapore into Indonesia. In the medium term, wealth and SME will be an area of focus for growth in Indonesia, alongside plans for our next generation digital app to deepen customer penetration and engagement. Moving on, under RAW 30, we are leveraging our ASEAN network more deliberately as a key lever to improve performance in selected overseas markets. So by deepening cross-border client engagement, improving balance sheet utilization, increasing income diversification, while not all overseas markets are ROE accretive at this stage, these strategic footprints are important enablers of our customers' regional growth. We do want to follow our customers beyond Malaysia, beyond Singapore, and cross-border needs, and underpin the long-term strength and relevance of our regional franchise. By segment, wealth, affluent, SME, global banking, and insurance continue to contribute positively to group ROE, supported by strong customer franchise, fee income generation, and effective risk management. In certain areas, such as auto finance and cards, we are deepening customer engagement and repositioning portfolio. So more of a segment play as opposed to just a product play for our products such as auto finance and cards. So in parallel, we are scaling growth segments such as Islamic banking, wealth, transaction banking, and corporate investment banking, as I mentioned under RAW 30, with a clear focus on geographies and sectors that meet our return and capital thresholds. Moving on, question number 3. The board has previously identified and communicated initiatives to improve ROE, namely income growth from liquidity-driven asset growth, non-interest income, proactive asset quality, and optimal capital usage, many of which are embedded within the RAW 30 targets. Specifically on optimal capital usage, how does management approach optimal capital usage, and what quantifiable targets or benchmarks are used to assess? Our approach to capital deployment is anchored on risk-adjusted returns across entities, across businesses, and across geographies, while maintaining, as I mentioned earlier, sufficient buffers to support long-term resilience and sustainable growth. So we do assess deployment using a set of internal quantitative benchmarks, including return on risk-weighted asset and return on asset. These metrics are used consistently, actually, across the group to evaluate capital efficiency and ensure balance sheet growth is value accretive rather than volume-driven. There is also a clear expectation on return on capital deployed. Moving on, please. For countries and businesses. And in doing so, the group takes into account not only near-term return thresholds, but also the stage of development and maturity of each business and market. So as mentioned earlier, while mature franchises are expected to meet higher return benchmarks, some markets may be sustained for strategic reasons, particularly where they strengthen our regional network, enhance our ability to support our customers that do cross-border business and do regional expansion. And this again is complemented by close monitoring of RRWA, ROA, and ROCA to ensure capital is being utilized diligently. Question number 4 is on RAW 30, the levers of ROE of 13% and 14%. Could the company provide a quantified ROE bridge on how many basis points of improvements are expected from different levers? So under our capital management plan, we would divide it into 2. One is about reshaping our business model through better asset and liability management, and that we hope to uplift about 100 basis points in our ROE, and cost optimization and disciplined capital allocation, that we hope to also uplift about another 100 basis points to ROE as well. And then we also hope that by uplifting our non-interest income growth, we can get another 100 basis points of ROE uplift by 2030. And we hope to be able to increase the composition of non-interest income to total income from about 1/3 to about 38-39% by 2030. But this, as I mentioned, will also be mitigated by our investment in technology.
that 10 billion ringgit over 5 years, that will basically impact our ROE by about 100 basis point onwards as well by 2030. So those are the levers of our ROE, or the breakdown of the ROE trajectory up to 2030. The next question is that while ROE30 targets are set to be achieved, what key factors would allow Maybank to achieve these targets ahead of schedule? So obviously, shareholders want us to deliver 2030 ROE earlier. ROE30 is designed to structurally strengthen Maybank, making us more agile, resilient, and better positioned to deliver long-term value, with its relevance even more pronounced amid a challenging macroeconomic and geopolitical environment. Of course, as much as possible, we, the board and the management, will push for trying to achieve this earlier, if possible. So we are focused on future-proofing our operations, boosting productivity, driving income growth, as you mentioned. Geographically, we are driving growth in our home markets, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, while executing a cohesive regional network. Potentially an earlier than planned outcome can be supported by improvement in regional and domestic economic momentum, etc. And again, as I mentioned, faster growth in our deposit generation franchise, new economy activity, and SME could also help us to do it earlier. But yeah, so these are some of the opportunities if we could see them through. Next. Under ROE30, Maybank is targeting a CIR of 47% after factoring required technology, OPEX, and ongoing cost optimization, excluding tech expenditure. Are there any other areas? Yes, of course, as much as possible to drive income to be higher, then that will help improve cost-to-income ratio. But on the cost side, we're also looking at optimization efforts across all cost categories, like through personnel costs, through natural attrition, looking at organizational design, productivity improvement, and we also look at discretionary spending, to be closely reviewed to further improve cost efficiency. Next is, can the board explain the governance framework that is established to oversee the business plan, particularly on tech, data, and iSpend, including milestones? And given that this implies 2 billion ringgit a year in tech spend, how will the board ensure that this does not constrain dividend capacity or delay CIR progression towards sub 47%? So obviously, the board oversees the strategic technology investment plan through a robust internal process and a structured multi-layered governance. At the board level, we have a board technology committee that provides oversight of all major tech-related development and investment. At the management level, we also have dedicated what we call ExCo Technology Committee that meets to review milestones and execution progress. We've got clear KPIs covering delivery time, cost discipline, and these are embedded within our own scorecard at ExCo. All major investments are subject to rigorous approval and phase review, not only to ensure costs remain controlled, but also to ensure investments are delivered on time with the intended outcome. Yeah. Moving on, Maybank has utilized management overlay as a measure to enhance capital resilience. Are there any other levers that Maybank could use to achieve similar level of capital protection? And how does Maybank view its MOA reserve over ROE30? Is it temporary or is it a permanent feature? So over the ROE30 period, we view MOA as a prudent provisioning tool and in a direct capital resilience lever to address emerging risks. The level and relevance of MOA are assessed on an ongoing basis to ensure that overlay remains appropriate and provides sufficient provision against evolving and emerging risks. So MOA is not regarded as a permanent structural position, but as a counter-cyclical and forward-looking tool that can be adjusted as risk conditions normalize or intensify over time. But beyond MOA, we also actively manage capital through disciplined cost optimization, balance sheet growth, risk-weighted asset optimization, capital allocation activities, and earnings distribution to optimize capital. Moving on, So wealth management, basically. So the question is that given the expansion of wealth management business is inherently capital consumptive, at the early build-out stage, how does management reconcile growing the business at scale while improving capital efficiency to reach ROE? Wealth management is a core growth pillar of our Raw 30 strategy. Yes, the early build-out of wealth business can be resource intensive as we invest in building our relationship management team. But over time, as a result, the wealth business now is operating efficiently with a cost-to-income ratio below the group level. But wealth, again, is about penetration of the various products as well. It's not just a single product that we look out as far as our penetration of wealth customers is concerned. And wealth financing delivers attractive returns on capital supported by liquid collateral, which then offset the upfront investment costs. Yeah? So again, we believe that our wealth business now is already ROE accretive. And that's the list of questions and our answers and responses, Chairman, from for PNB.
Thank you, Datuk Sri Khairul. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with today's businesses, allow me to explain briefly the meeting proceedings. For each resolution, I will first read it out for your attention, and following that, we will invite a proposer and seconder to propose and second the resolution. After tabling all the resolutions, we will then address all the questions that you may have regarding these resolutions during the question and answer session. The first item on the agenda is to receive the audited financial statements of Maybank and the group for the financial year ended 31 December 2025, and reports of directors and auditors thereon, which have already been reviewed by Bank Negara Malaysia. Pursuant to Section 3401A of the Companies Act, the audited financial statements are laid before you for discussion only. Hence, it will not be put forward for voting. However, we will answer questions received regarding the group's financial performance in 2025 during the question and answer session. I'm also pleased to inform you that the engagement partner from Mrs. Ernst & Young, Encik Muhammad Sharizal bin Abdul Rahim, is present today in case you wish to ask the auditors any questions pertaining to the audited financial statements. Let us now move on to the next agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary resolutions 1 to 4 are to deal with the re-election of directors who are due to retire during this meeting. Before we proceed, I would like to inform the shareholders that the board's recommendation to re-elect these directors is based on the board's succession plan, which takes into account not only the board's mix of scale and experience, but also matters related to gender and cultural diversity. Their fitness and propriety have also been assessed by our Nomination and Remuneration Committee. And in this regard, the board is satisfied that the findings of the fit and proper assessments were satisfactory. The requisite approvals on their tenure as directors, as approved by Bank Negara Malaysia, also remain current. Ordinary Resolution 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Ordinary Resolution 1 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Datuk Zulkifli Abbas Abdul Hamid, an independent non-executive director who shall retire by rotation in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. The profile of Datuk Zulkifli can be found on page 121 of the Annual Report 2025. Can I please have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 1? Yes, thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Now, Honorary Resolution 2 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Datuk Sri Karusali Ramli, a non-independent executive director and our president and group CEO, who shall retire by rotation in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. The profile of Datuk Sri Karusali can be found on page 120 of the Annual Report 2025. Can I have a member to propose Honorary Resolution 2? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Moving on, Ordinary Resolution 3 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Dato' Yi Yang Chien, a non-independent, non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Article 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. And the profile of Dato' Yi can be found on page 122 of the Annual Report 2025. Can I have a member to propose? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Honorary Resolution 4 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Puan Rahaya Muhammad Yusof, an independent non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Article 108 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. The profile of Puan Rahaya can be found on page 123 of the Annual Report 2025. Can I have a member to propose Honorary Resolution 4, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Moving on to Ordinary Resolution 5. This is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of the following fees to the non-executive directors for the period from this AGM to next AGM of the company. First is Chairman's fee of 700,000 ringgit per annum. Second is Vice Chairman's fee of 500,000 ringgit per annum. Third is Director's fee of 335,000 ringgit per annum for each non-executive director. Fourth is Board Committee Chairman's fee of 85,000 ringgit per annum for the chairman of each board committee. And number 5 is Board Committee Members' fee of 50,000 ringgit per annum for each member of a board committee. For your information, the fee structure as proposed under this resolution is the same as the fee structure first approved by you at the AGM held on 25th April 2024. Accordingly, no increase in fees is being proposed. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 5, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Moving on, Ordinary Resolution 6 is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of benefits to the non-executive directors of an amount up to 3.77 million ringgit for the period from this AGM to the next AGM of the company. In this regard, you may wish to note that the amount to be approved as benefits payable to non-executive directors is the same as the amount that shareholders had approved during the AGM held last year. Accordingly, no increase in the amount of benefits payable is being proposed at this meeting. Member to propose Honorary Resolution 6, please. Thank you, sir. Seconder? Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Moving on. Honorary Resolution 7 is to seek your approval on the proposed reappointment of Messrs. Ernst & Young PLT as auditors of the company for the financial year ending 31 December 2026, and to authorize the directors to fix their remuneration. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 7? Thank you, sir. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Thank you for that. And Honorary Resolution 8. Honorary Resolution 8 is the special business to be transacted at this meeting. It is to seek your approval to authorize directors to allot and issue shares pursuant to the dividend reinvestment plan in respect of dividends declared after this AGM until the next AGM. The full text of the Ordinary Resolution 8 and the explanatory note are set out in the notice of the AGM. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 8, please? Thank you, sir. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now that all the resolutions have been tabled, we will now proceed to the Q&A session. Our intention is to address all questions received from shareholders during this meeting. We request for your patience and understanding as we endeavor to do so. As was done last year, we will publish the full set of questions received from all shareholders during this meeting, together with our responses, on our corporate website after the AGM. And during the Q&A session, we will only respond to questions relating to the meeting and the proposed resolutions as read out to you earlier. All questions and feedback that we receive relating to Maybank's products and services will be answered by our customer feedback and resolution team. If you do not receive any response from them within the next few days, you may follow up by contacting them at cfrm@maybank.com. Furthermore, some of you may also have raised questions, similar questions pertaining to the same matter. And in this case, we will group these questions together and provide a single response to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that this arrangement is acceptable to you, and we shall now proceed with the Q&A session. We have received many questions from shareholders via the virtual meeting platform over the past few weeks, leading up to today's meeting. Now, accordingly, we will address these questions first before opening the floor to questions from shareholders who are present at the venue. Then finally, we will respond to any questions submitted via the platform today. So I now call upon Datuk Sri Khairul Saleh to read out the questions that were received from shareholders via the virtual meeting platform prior to this meeting. Datuk Sri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received around 100 questions via the virtual meeting platform prior to the meeting. And as Chairman mentioned, we have grouped similar questions and feedback by topics to give a collated response for each topic. We will display on the screen all individual questions received by shareholders' name for each topic, while I read out a summary of the combined questions before proceeding to give the response. And you can also view the pre-AGM questions and our responses on our corporate website or the document tab of the virtual meeting platform. So the first part is on door gifts and AGM matters. And we've got comments from various shareholders. Do you provide door gift? If online, will I still get door gift? And the response from us is that every shareholder and proxy who register for this AGM at the meeting venue will receive hard copies of vouchers with a value of 50 ringgit during registration. And those shareholders and proxies who have registered online for the AGM will receive e-vouchers, same value, 50 ringgit. So these vouchers will be sent via to your email address and within 7 days from the AGM date. If you are a shareholder and also appointed as a proxy, you are only entitled to one door gift. To shareholder Ong, Bank Aun, your contact details will be forwarded to our Maybank Group corporate secretarial team because you have raised that you did not receive the voucher last year, and our rep will be reaching out to you at the address that of your request. Moving on, the conduct of AGM and AGM service provider, there was a comment that we do not have to have so many staff. We did not need we should hold meetings at our own building to save costs. And why don't we use some of the cheaper virtual meeting platforms? And we have been printing thick book of annual report that's very costly and heavy. Who got time to read through all? Maybe on that part first, on the staffing level, basically is to provide again a similar experience for our shareholders today. This is across your safety, your security, smooth conduct of the meeting. We typically have high level of physical and virtual shareholder participation. Today alone, I think we've got around 1,700 registered. Yeah, 2,000 shareholders registered. We are mindful of course, and efficiency, and we review staff levels for each AGM to ensure that the resources are calibrated and not excessive, while we continue to leverage on technology. We do look at the holding of the AGM beyond cost, right? We also need to make sure, because it's hybrid, connectivity is sound, technical capabilities are also taken care of. The other part is, as part of the physical attendance arrangement, complimentary parking will be provided to all shareholders attending the AGM today. I'm sure you have been able to get to the right place for getting your parking endorsed. For virtual participation and electronic voting, again, we prioritize stability, scalability, security, reliability over cost considerations alone. The appointed share registrar, boardroom share registrar services, Sdn Bhd, together with its technology partner Lumi, has supported us and supported our AGMs over the past 4 years reliably without material disruption. So even with high concurrent participation. So again, that's our priority, to be able to make sure our AGM runs smoothly. With respect to printing of annual report, as a public listed company, we are required to make printed copies if shareholders request for them. We actually have printed around 1,000 hard copies only so far, when we have 180,000 odd shareholders. So certainly we do not print for every shareholder until and unless you request for it. The cost for printing and delivery per copy is around 160 ringgit per copy. With respect to amendments to CDS account details, I think this was requested or put forward by shareholder Anushri. So any amendments, and of course, share registrar, the appointed share registrar actually has contacted you to provide assistance, and where shares are held under different nominee, the shareholder may instruct the relevant nominee to submit a proxy form to enable participation in the AGM. Moving on, the next category is share buyback, share split, and capital management. Questions surrounding, are we confident that under current capital buffers are sufficient if geopolitical risk significantly weakens global growth or worsen credit conditions? Why should shareholder accept capital being idle instead of higher dividends or share buyback? Question on, is there any future plan of share split? And again, similarly, for any room for capital management initiatives. And shareholder Lam Siwa, for example, asked there's lack of details on capital management action or on boosting returns and investment of 10 billion on technology. So what's the plan, if any, to boost returns to shareholders under the strategic 5-year plan? We remain confident, the board remain confident that our current capital buffers are sufficient to withstand periods of heightened uncertainty, including potential geopolitical driven economic stress. And of course, this confidence is underpinned by the regulatory and internal stress testing that we do regularly. We do recognize shareholders' expectations for strong returns. We have maintained a highly competitive dividend track record with the dividend yields consistently around 6%, which is again among the higher levels in the Malaysian and regional banking sector. We view our capital strength as an enabler of sustained dividends, but also to ensure our financial resilience and long-term value creation. We acknowledge as well that shareholders' interest in greater clarity on capital optimization. The board is taking a disciplined approach to ensure any actions are sustainable and value accretive while balancing dividends, capital strength, and growth under RAW30 strategy. As far as share split is concerned, we do not have any plans to undertake that at this juncture. Finally, on the technology investment, I have explained earlier, is that aim at modernizing the core, enhancing reliability, adopting cloud and AI, and delivering best-in-class customer experience as we embark on RAW30. The board believes that will support more resilient earnings and sustainable shareholder returns in the year ahead. The next category is on dividend payout. Dear management, would you guys think about increasing dividend ratio? What is our target dividend payout for this year, next year? Similarly, potential share buyback. What is Maybank's worst case stress scenario? And what happens to its CET1 ratio and dividend under the scenario? How badly are we impacted by the war? Do we expect to have the same dividend payments in the coming years? And with the current RAW30 strategy, emphasizing on expansion and tech investment, how does the board intend to balance these capital-intensive projects with the bank's historical commitment to a high dividend payout ratio? And will there be special dividend? And when can we pay up to RM1 of dividend per share? Our dividend policy remains unchanged, with a minimum payout of 40% of profit after tax attributable to shareholders. But in practice, we have consistently paid dividends above this minimum. And last year, we paid dividend payout of 72.4%, again reflecting our long-standing commitment to shareholder return. We do consider profitability, capital adequacy, regulatory requirement, growth, and investment needs, as well as macroeconomic and geopolitical developments when we look at paying dividend. And at the moment, as I mentioned, the group does not have plans to undertake share buyback at this juncture. We have done internal stress test assessment, particularly during this heightened challenge. And based on our stress test, our capital levels remain comfortably above all regulatory requirements and should be sufficient to absorb shocks across cycles should they happen. And in light of the ongoing geopolitical developments, we actually have reviewed our group credit portfolio, and we have also engaged clients who we think may be affected by the current crisis, with particular attention on sectors that are more sensitive to prolonged external shocks. And we continue to exercise prudence through proactive capital management and close monitoring of risks, including the use of management overlay adjustments that I mentioned during my presentation to buffer any emerging risks. And under RAW30 strategy, the board remain focused on balancing investment in future growth opportunities with capital discipline. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our shareholders for their continued support and confidence in this group. The next question relates to the audit committee. So maybe now I will hand over to Ms. Shirley Goh, Chairman of our audit committee, to take on this question.
Thank you, Dr. Karosali. On behalf of the audit committee, I wish to inform that the AC engages in a robust assessment of our external auditors annually, and this includes, among others, an assessment of their qualifications, independence, and performance. Examples of these assessments include, but not limited to: 1, we obtain external auditors' confirmation in writing of their independence throughout the audit. We review all non-audit services performed by the external auditors, together with the related fees paid for these services, to ensure that they do not compromise their independence. We also review their compliance with regulatory and professional requirements, including the rotation of key audit staff and partners. In relation to professional skepticism, the Audit Committee focuses on how the external auditors have identified and responded to areas involving significant management judgments. These include the review of the audit plan and audit approach to methodologies and controls applied on these areas, as well as how the auditors have independently reviewed, tested, and challenged the reasonableness of management's assumptions and estimates. We also note that where relevant, the external auditors develop their own independent views and estimates, and their findings are included in their report to the Audit Committee and taken into consideration in forming their overall audit opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lego. Moving on with the next set of questions, and this is on our performance, growth outlook, and balance sheet management. Questions such as what's our guidance for non-interest income growth? What's our loans growth target for 26? What is our current gross impact loan ratio outlook? Given the volatility, what's our NIM? Are we doing any hedging strategies? The next set of questions is surrounding our deposit. There's an observation that our loans deposit ratio has increased year on year and also across countries. Next one is that new method, EIR, effective interest rate for car loan, hire purchase, bring any benefit to Maybank financial performance? So the first one is on NOII, non-interest income. We do expect NOII to grow at broadly similar levels to 2025. And this will be driven by wealth management, investment banking, market flows, and insurance. But we also, again, remain vigilant with respect to the ongoing geopolitical developments, and including conflicts and periods of market volatility, which may affect certain market-related businesses and also customer confidence as well. On loans growth, I did mention earlier, we're targeting loans growth between 4% and 5% this year. And this is across home markets and also our network footprints, guided by economic conditions, business opportunities. And again, we may have to monitor the volatility arising from the Mid-East conflict closely to ascertain our projection for growth this year. Our gross impact loans remain manageable, although we do see some emerging pressures being observed amid the heightened external uncertainties. But again, we do take a disciplined approach to credit risk management. On NIM, we are expecting NIM to be at a range of between 2.05 and 2.10%. We will continue to proactively manage our balance sheet, particularly on the funding costs. On liquidity position and funding consideration, yes, indeed, loan to deposit ratio has increased, but it is still at a comfortable level. And we do manage our liquidity not just from LDR, but also from LCR, liquidity coverage ratio, and net stable fund ratio. And these are all above regulatory requirements. And again, this is also part of the funding cost management. We do note that our customers now, we are paying sometimes more than what we borrow for 5 years in the market. So sometimes the fixed deposit that we pay does not really make sense from interest rate perspective, and it's better for us to release those deposits and go to the medium-term market to borrow, which can be cheaper sometimes. With respect to deposits in Indonesia and Singapore, the year-on-year movement reflects a combination of factors. Apart from competition, there is also foreign exchange movement, as I also highlighted during my presentation earlier. On impact of effective interest rate, the abolishment of Rule 78, basically this is calculating interest based on simple interest, and this will be effective from 1st June. But this will only apply to new hire purchase contracts, not retrospective. And existing contracts will continue to be administered based on their original terms. Yes, HP borrowers will be able to come to the bank to ask for goodwill discount if they want to fully repay the loan. But we don't expect that to be material because unlike housing loan, which can be transferred for repayment to another party, car loan cannot be transferred to the same party, to another party, right? It has to be to another party. It cannot be refinanced, so to speak, by another bank. So we don't expect that to be material to us. Moving on, next set of questions is on financial reporting and disclosures. The first one is with respect to disclosure on related party transactions under FRS 134. And then the next one is with respect to our statement of cash flow and why ECL is not reflected in the statement of cash flow. The next one with respect to non-controlling interests. Could management clarify why this cash inflow has been classified under investing activities rather than financing activities? The next one is on note 9 under financial investment at fair value through P&L and note 10 at financial investment at fair value through OCI. Can Maybank provide the breakdown of quoted and unquoted securities, if not by breakdown by industry? The next question is on note 18, investment in subsidiaries. There was a 335 million ringgit impairment on investment in subsidiaries. So where was it coming from? Next one is on note 19, interest in associate and JV. MCB paid dividend, Anbin did not. However, share of profit increased to 120 million. So where did that come from? Recent disclosure mentioned that in view of strong 2025 profit, Anbin will issue shares for dividend. Is there any restriction preventing Maybank from disposing or monetizing these shares once they are issued? In the last year's AGM, it's mentioned that Maybank continues to explore options for these non-core assets, but has to be at the right price, right time. Are there any interested parties that has approached Maybank for these stakes? So first, on the disclosure of related party transactions, certainly we are required to disclose this under the accounting standard if they are material, and under Bursa listing requirements, any material related party transaction has to be announced immediately. But why we did not disclose as a separate line was that it was not material, and it wasn't required to be disclosed under the accounting standard as well as under Bursa listing requirement. In respect to the statement of cash flow, ECL is not cash item. That's why it did not appear under that statement of cash flow. Under notes 9 and 10, the breakdown of quoted and unquoted securities, we do not have the breakdown or split between quoted and unquoted securities. We have disclosed it on an aggregated basis and by industry sector in note 53 in bracket E, bracket 3, bracket B of the financial statements. On note 18, on the impairment, it is specific to an investment holding subsidiary whose underlying investment is MCB Bank. So indeed, there was an impairment. That impairment was attributed to the investment in MCB Bank, primarily from the downturn on currency movement. Pakistani rupee has depreciated quite a bit, even though the bank has performed quite well in local currency. So then on note 19, the 120 million ringgit share of profit primarily came from MCB Bank, given the improved performance of the bank. On Anbin, there was actually a one-off uplift in non-interest income that arising from bad debt recoveries that basically enhanced the performance last year. And obviously, this is not recurring, right? So, but we will continue to monitor closely Anbin's performance, and we will continue to review and evaluate options in respect of our investment in associates. Next question is, does Maybank have any exposure to private credit funds in US or other countries? Yes, we do have, but it is immaterial relative to the overall balance sheet. Next set of questions is on branding and marketing activities. There have been some postings on social media that shows that Merdeka MRT stations have been renamed Merdeka Maybank MRT. How much does this MRT station naming rights cost? How long is the contract for? What are the benefits of this? On the move to Menara Merdeka 118, how much is the relocation expense, CapEx and OpEx that is expected to hit the books this year? The installation of Maybank signage on Merdeka 118 building has generated backlash from social media users that commercialize a national landmark. What is the board's view on this backlash? And from these social media users who felt that the installation of the signage commercialized a national landmark. So what our response is that we acknowledge, the board acknowledges the views expressed on social media, and we do appreciate the public's strong sense of attachment to Merdeka 118 as a national landmark. Excuse me. At the same time, the public sentiment actually has been mixed. There were also people who have expressed support and pride in seeing a Malaysian institution represented at a prominent national and international level. We do evaluate opportunities for us to remain meaningfully present where our customers and communities live, work, and move. And such platform is not just viewed on a standalone branding exercises, but form a broader strategy to build consistent, high-frequency engagement. So more importantly, the board views Maybank's presence not as a commercialization of national asset, but as a continuation of its long-standing role in Malaysia's growth. Maybank has grown alongside the nation. We are 66 years old this year, and its presence at Merdeka 118 symbolizes this shared journey and commitment to the country's future. The board approved the relocation of Maybank's headquarters to Menara Merdeka 118 following a comprehensive assessment of strategic, operational, and financial considerations. As part of the deal, so to speak, with PNB will be leasing our current Menara Maybank for the next 10 years as the master lessee. So it is not just a one-way tenancy, but it is also mitigated by the lease that PNB will have to pay to Maybank for the next 10 years as well. As with all investment, the group applies disciplined evaluation of impact to ensure that any engagement delivers sustainable long-term value to the group and its stakeholders over time. Moving on, there's a specific question on Etiqa. Is there any plan to list the insurance arm, and what is the business strategy going for Etiqa? Etiqa is a core subsidiary to us in the group, and as the majority shareholder, we own 70%. We provide active oversight over Etiqa's strategic direction, capital strength, and long-term positioning. And in line again with our group's Raw 30 strategy, Maybank's focus is on growing and strengthening Etiqa further as an integral part of the group's regional insurance and wealth ecosystem, supporting sustainable and diversified earnings over the long term. We do believe that there is still potential for growth even in Malaysia, given our market share and the penetration rate, not just on the product, but also on customer base. Moving on. This is on macroeconomic and geopolitical environment with the energy crisis. What's our forecast outlook for this year? Do we have significant exposure? Given our significant exposure in Indonesia, Singapore, have we stress tested our regional loan portfolio as well? Are we seeing any rising in NPL? And those questions around the impact of the Middle East crisis to Maybank in particular. Does Maybank expect central banks to delay rate cuts or tighten monetary policy? In light of the Middle East tension, how much exposure does Maybank have in Middle East and in which industry? And has any clients reached out to Maybank on loan restructuring or support? There's quite a bit here. Then the next page is that, again, what has the conflict done to Maybank? And I think all questions are surrounding that particular issue. So our outlook for 2026 is that we do take into account this evolving energy-related and broader macroeconomic environment. including the heightened geopolitical uncertainty. We have marginally revised GDP growth forecast of Malaysia to 4.9% this year, which may result in moderation in overall industry loans growth. But again, we are operating in an environment that remains broadly stable. And we are a net exporter, energy exporter country. So we think that Malaysia will be relatively more resilient to some of the regional peers. We think that domestic demand and robust investments will continue to be key drivers of growth for Malaysian economy this year. But we remain vigilant to potential spillover of the risks while we maintain a prudent risk management approach. At group level, stress testing has been conducted across liquidity, market funding, and asset quality. And these scenarios incorporate higher oil energy prices, inflationary pressure, interest rate uncertainty, foreign exchange volatility, as well as transmission to funding conditions. And we, risks remain manageable, we believe, based on the stress test result, supported, again, the strong starting point of our liquidity position, capital adequacy, and prudent and proactive provisioning. We have intensified proactive client engagement and portfolio review. So far, we have got a very small number of borrowers that have come to us for assistance. And we see that this is not pervasive for now. Our direct exposure to Middle East and related impact sectors remain limited and well within approved risk appetite. Exposure to sectors directly impacted by the Middle East crisis represents less than 3% of our total loan book of about 700 billion ringgit. Next question is on risk management. With global energy prices and inflation affecting interest rate expectation, how is Maybank adjusting interest rate risk strategy? What are the top 3 risks? What quantified risk appetite limit has Maybank set for geopolitical shock scenarios? We continue to manage interest rate, liquidity, and market risk prudently amid this volatility. Asset liability management is overseen through established governance frameworks. And this includes regular asset liability management committee reviews and management of the liquidity buffers, the funding profiles, interest rate risks, metrics, and market exposure, such as FX and interest rate sensitivities. And the group operates within a board-approved risk appetite framework, which sets quantitative limits across capital adequacy, liquidity, market risk, credit risk, and concentration risk under normal and stress conditions. We have identified top 3 risks at the enterprise level. 1 is cybersecurity and technology infrastructure risk. 2 is employee talent and AI-related skills risk. And 3 is geopolitical and macroeconomic risks. And of course, these risks are actively monitored through key risk indicators and early warning signals. Moving on, this is on RAW 30. So we have transitioned from M25 Plus to RAW 30, which targets ROE of 13-14%. I'm concerned about the 10 billion ringgit investment earmarked. How will management ensure that this massive spending doesn't dilute our short-term dividends? And what is the payback period for the investment? And RAW 30 plan highlights Indonesia as a key growth driver. How satisfied is the board with the current ROE from Indonesian operations? I think we have explained this earlier. We do need to invest in this, in the areas that I've mentioned earlier. But having said that, again, they are subject to strict financial discipline and robust governance. And we want to ensure that returns are shouldered responsibly and do not compromise dividend sustainability or shareholder value. The board remains confident that this initiative will support the group's ROE ambitions and enhance customer experience and strengthen Maybank's long-term competitiveness. I think that's key. It's about sustainability over the long term, as far as our ability to meet the customer needs over the years. Importantly, the group remains committed to maintaining its dividend policy and strong track record of dividend payouts. In relation to Indonesia, Maybank Indonesia has made progress in strengthening the quality and sustainability of its earnings. Last year, profit before tax increased by about 39% and ROE improved about 160 basis points. Whilst return in Indonesia remain below that of the group's core business, we are encouraged by the improvement in fundamentals, and we are working hard to ensure that Indonesia contributes bigger over the next few years, especially as we focus our ROTE. Next one is on cross-border expansion. In the current situation, Maybank planning to expand the business to another country, such as UAE or Saudi Arabia? We actually have already a presence in GCC via Maybank Islamic's branch at the Dubai International Financial Center. But it is primarily acting as corporate banking and trade finance and serving as a spoke for wealth-related services within the group's broader regional platform. We do not have plans at this juncture to expand further within the GCC region. Next is on impact of new digital banks, with BNM having cut the OPR last year, keeping it stable throughout this year. Our NIM has been under pressure. Management's goal is to keep NIM above 2.05. What are steps are being taken to protect our margins without losing our market share? As new digital banks, only digital bank in the Malaysian market, what specific segment of Maybank's retail base are most at risk? NIM actually, compression has been an industry-wide challenge driven by lower interest rates across the region. We have been taking a deliberate approach and balanced approach across both the loan and deposit portfolio. I did mention earlier, despite what we're seeing in the industry, we actually have bucked the trend at Maybank in being able to improve our NIM over the last 2 quarters. So we focus on both the retail and the non-retail as far as preserving NIM. Obviously, on the retail side, I think the main thing here is that we are not just focusing on price or pricing or interest rate. We are actually looking at the whole value that we deliver to the customers. And Maybank has got a range and a suite of solutions beyond just price that we will continue to focus on, digital or non-digital. So I think that's the main message of this. We know that there has been competition from the digital-only banks out there, but we believe that the interest rate level has normalized, given that many of the digital banks, they're not able to deploy the high-cost deposit into a higher-yielding asset. And with that, then they will lose money if they continue pricing the deposit at a high level. Next one is on digital integration. How is Maybank responding to shifts in consumer behavior? Again, similarly to the answer earlier, it's about being close to the customers. It's about being proactive in meeting what the customer needs, especially through the digital means. And we have done quite a few, especially enhancing the capabilities of our May app, in enhancing our capability even in a non-retail transaction banking solution of M2E, etc. There is a specific question to add MX card to Google Wallet. So in response to that request, we are working towards enabling that on Google Wallet, subject to readiness and necessary clearances with a targeted rollout timeline. So it is being worked on. Next one is on technology spend. How much has Maybank spent on IT and digital transformation over the last 3 years? What's the measurable return? We invested around 1.2 billion ringgit between 2023 and 2025. Bulk of the spending directed towards core technology modernization, digital and data platforms, cybersecurity, and customer journey enhancement. But these investments were deliberately structured as enterprise-wide enablers and not just a standalone project, right? So the returns are reflected through sustainable improvements in business performance rather than simply just project level ROI. Next is on digital security and AI. How much financial loss did Maybank customers suffer due to scams last year? And how much was reimbursed? On data and AI, does Maybank have any numbers to share in terms of value created? One bank CEO was quoted as saying cybersecurity keeps them awake at night. How does Maybank ensure that systems are robust and secure to give confidence to customers in light of cybersecurity breaches? We do not disclose customer-level loss figures, but scam-related incidents across transactions conducted via M2U and May, as well as card transactions in 2025, were not material. So the loss, arising from this scam wasn't material in the context of the group's overall scale. But at the same time, equally important is for us to appreciate that we have also successfully prevented attempted scams. So it's not just the scams that happened, but also scams that were prevented. And these were done through strengthened controls and timely intervention. So our focus is really on prevention rather than remediation. So again, we will do what we need to do. But equally important on scam is an industry approach, and that's why we've been working closely as an industry with Bank Negara and with also telco industry. On data and AI, we are guided by 3 overarching objectives: driving productivity, improving processes and efficiency, and the impact of these initiatives is reflected in the group's overall performance last year. Moving on. So on service disruption, as both a shareholder and a customer, I would like to commend the organization for having pretty much the best internet banking platform in Malaysia. So we thank you for that. But it has become more onerous of late due to security concerns and the suggestion to do away with the 2-factor authentication for every banking transaction, and especially even to transfer from your own savings account to your own current account. Unfortunately, scammers are very sophisticated. They can actually hijack your credentials even for such transfers. So because of that risk, we believe that 2-factor authentication is still important to provide safeguard to our account holders. Then how many critical incidents, outages happened in last year? So our focus is really to make sure that customers are able to access essential banking services reliably with appropriate resilience and contingency. Last year, we did experience a number of intermittent service instances, but these instances were detected early and resolved promptly. So our priority is to make sure that there is business continuity and there's no service disruption to our customers. System may have some intermittent issue, but that business continuity and no service disruption through some backup capabilities is key. The next set of questions is on sustainability, strategy, and governance. I think the first set of questions from Shareholder Loh, Shareholder Tan, is about impact of our sustainability agenda and not just, I think there's some specific word here, label eligible instruments, right? So yes, I think we are focusing on impact. And I did mention earlier about our move towards reducing emission intensity in the 6 hard-to-abate sectors. So clearly that's trying to get impact. Apart from that, we have also utilized sustainability-linked loans, where clients that issue these loans are required to, achieve some measurable sustainability performance targets as well, right? And just going to share with you some of the other statistics that are not here. For example, we have been quite active in the renewable energy space since 2021. So we have done around 7.5 billion ringgit in financing to solar, a power plant in particular. We have also done 2 specific transition financing. This is through syndication, and the total is around 700 million ringgit. Yeah. So I think again, this one would require a whole of the nation approach. And as the country moves more towards renewable energy, we will also then be able to participate in the growth in this particular segment through financing as well. There was also a question on KPI, whether whether sustainability KPIs embedded into senior management scorecards and the long-term incentive plan. Could the board clarify what specific quantifiable sustainability outcomes are being measured, and will the weight be increased under Raw 30? There's also a question surrounding sustainability competencies built into senior management appointments, succession planning, and performance evaluation. And is the board prepared to strengthen or refresh leadership if gaps are identified under Raw 30? Yes, sustainability is embedded in the executive accountability. 25% of senior management's long-term incentive plan is weighted towards ESG metrics. And for last year, it included things like net zero transition targets in hard-to-abate sectors, as I mentioned, mobilization of financing for renewable energy and decarbonization, social inclusion commitments, and internal carbon neutrality goals. And this again reflects a deliberate shift from volume-based metrics towards real-world outcome. The board oversees sustainability and climate-related capabilities through annual effectiveness evaluations and ongoing capability building. Senior management expertise is supported by dedicated sustainability and risk leadership, complemented by group-wide certification programs. As an example, Maybank Sustainability Practitioner Certification, MSPC, that embeds sustainability competencies into leadership development, performance evaluation, and succession planning. Next is internal controls and safeguards, how to avoid previous CFO case happen again, how to protect account holders' detail, how to avoid scammer. We have in place processes and controls to ensure appropriate checks and balances across transactions processed by the bank, up to date, and we continuously enhance our online banking system, and in terms of mitigating and curbing fraud and scam activities. The bank works closely with other banks across industry, as I mentioned earlier. In addition to system and process controls, the bank also places strong emphasis on anti-fraud and anti-scam education and awareness for both employees and the public. And Jangan Kena Scam is again one of the ongoing initiatives that we launched together with industry for this purpose. Next is on customer service and branch facilities. That is particularly from two specific shareholders. Since October 2025, shareholder Wong has encountered repeated issues where multiple emails to the credit card customer service team went unanswered for over a month. Even after being forwarded by an officer, the matter was only resolved, and I called the card center hotline directly. So could the board clarify what has changed? The second feedback was that shareholder Fu submitted inquiries regarding the bank's foreign stockbroking services via online form and the auto finance product via Dataran Maybank Auto Hub. So whilst he received several standard acknowledgements, there was no substantive follow-up. So again, we apologize for this oversight. Shareholder Wong, thank you for your feedback. This certainly is not aligned with the service standards that we uphold, and service quality and customer responsiveness remain our key priorities. And for shareholder Fu, again, thank you for your feedback. We apologize for the delay in the follow-up to your inquiries. A representative from our investment bank, we believe, has since reached out to you to address the matter raised. To shareholder Chiam, Jahuan, thank you for the suggestion on the coin deposit machine. We actually have now 32 coin deposit machines nationwide deployed in line with bank requirement. These machines provide added convenience by crediting coin deposits in real time, available beyond normal banking hours. The usage has actually remained steady, with majority concentrated at selected branches, but we will continue to monitor the demand and customer feedback. To shareholder Chong Chi Man, the matters you raised have been previously addressed, and the group's position remains unchanged at this time. As your matter relates to a private matter, we will respond to your question through the appropriate channel. Annual report, so can the annual report be sent? Yes, we will, and we have sent our annual report upon request, as mentioned here, to the respective shareholders. That's a conclusion from the questions from the virtual platform. Chairman, I hand it back to you.
Thank you, Dato' Sri Khairul. Now that we have addressed all questions received before this meeting, it is time to open the floor for questions. Just for record purposes, kindly identify yourself by stating your full name before proceeding to ask questions. The floor is open. Yes. One here.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Lee, shareholder. Can I ask a few questions in this AGM? Question 1. AGM annual report. I prefer anytime to get a hard copy so that I can read the financial report. Then we should have a discussion, a very strong discussion between shareholder and the board of directors. Today, not tomorrow. So I understand just now you mentioned you have printed 1,000 hard copies. Do any extra hard copy that nobody wants, can you give to me now? Answer, please. I'm quite sure you have access. Because in front of you, every one of you in front have a hard copy of the annual report. I'm quite sure some people do not even need this annual report. So anybody can give one copy to me, please.
Sure. We can give you a copy now.
Okay.
Can we have somebody?
Who can give to me, please? I believe a lot of shareholders here come here to have a very constructive discussion about the annual report. And anybody who wants, please raise your hand and come and collect from them. Agree or not? Why you have to wait until 1 week later? They'll send to you. It's a bit too late because if we receive the annual report, physical annual report, 1 or 2 weeks later, when we read in the house, we have nobody to ask. In the house, we have no expert people can answer our question. Agree or not? I heard people request but never arrive in the house. That is the problem.
Okay.
Can you talk in the mic, please?
If you requested for the hard copies before the meeting, we can send. That's the regulation, yeah? The Bursa says you can send in a soft copy. We publish on our website as well. But if a shareholder requests, we must provide, right? So whenever shareholders request, then we provide. But there's a number of days involved, 7 days, I think. So within that, those number, if you give us the right address, we will send it to you. Okay?
But can I ask you one question? You send to us, then you send a hard copy, then your postage is also very expensive. Why waste unnecessary postage? Why not just deliver in front for those people who come physically for the AGM? Don't need postal fees. Save your money. That's my opinion.
Okay.
For sustainability reasons, we don't publish so many because this is the direction that we're going on.
Thank you for that. I think upon request, if it's requested, we will send. If we don't request, we don't send. So we don't want to waste a postage. But we get the point that about having some copies available here during AGM. I think thank you for the feedback.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, I have second question. Okay. It's regarding this morning I come for breakfast. I wonder who is the organizing committee chairman for breakfast this morning? I want to talk to the organizing chairman. Talk to you. Oh, right person to talk to. Okay, talk now. Do you realize that when I go for my breakfast at the second floor, they run out of food, you know? I arrive about 9:30 to 10. They run out of food. And a lot of people was hungry. What happened? Okay, you answer.
Can I address the board as well? So this year we've had an extraordinary number of shareholders attending. So if you recall, this is the third year we're doing hybrid, right? Usually we see a smaller number of shareholders coming physically. Most prefer to attend virtually. But this year is a record. Now it's more than 2,000 shareholders already attending physically. But don't worry. So if the food has run out, we quickly tell the registration counter to give you voucher so that you e-voucher so that you can claim for the food later.
How to claim e-voucher?
They will send it to your email address that you registered.
Yeah, we apologize for that. We have to make a assessment of how much food we have to prepare.
The pandemic COVID-19 epidemic season is over. So more people are coming physically for the AGM. So instead of underestimate number of shareholders coming for AGM, you should overestimate. Because if there's overestimate there's extra food, you can give to any NGO.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Any other question? There was one from, gentleman in the, first, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, Tan Sri Chairman, members of the board. My name is Rashid, a member. Tan Sri Chairman, I would like to know who is the Vice Chairman of Maybank. If you refer to pages 118 and 119 of the annual report, which give information on the Board of Directors, there is no mention of Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Rashid. As of now, the position of Vice Chairman is there, but it is not being filled. It hasn't been filled since 2016. So in the event that we need a Vice Chairman, then the position is there. What we do have is the Senior Independent Director Senior Independent Director, so obviously, making sure that the minority interest is being taken care and so on and so forth. So the Vice Chairman position is there, but it's not being filled and hasn't been filled since 2016. Thank you. Next question just now. Yes, please. Gentleman, the checkered, wait.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yep. Talking about the annual report, I just noticed the directors have a copy in the. I was surprised you all have a copy of the physical annual report. So by right, you should have used your notebook or so forth. Then you can qualify that you are green now. Because today when I come, actually I wanted an annual report. So as an old man, I will use my little handphone to look at those figures and so forth. Quite tough for me. But anyway, even to have a green, why the directors won't have an annual report? You shouldn't have a physical annual report with you to save money. Okay, the other thing is, just I mentioned by the company, it costs you $160 for annual report, right? You have to print it. On top of that, you post it, maybe cost you another $30, so about $200. So next year, when you give your give, you take $10 out. Those who do not want the annual report, give you $10. Everybody, I think a lot of people will take the cash. So you increase your gift by another $10. Say 2,000 people come. It doesn't cost you a lot of money. You save about $150. Very good, isn't it? The other thing is about the printing, the annual report. Those who request for annual report, I think you don't have to send the current annual report. You get a contractor to give him photocopy, good enough already. Don't need to do such a Porsche annual report. We want the sales for $160. Photocopy may cost you about maybe
Please turn off
$30.
The music are very annoying.
Maybe about $30. So you have to think smart. No need to. We try to save money for the company. So if anybody asks for annual report, you have two choices. Either you send the electronic one. Of course, then he will protest and so forth. Then next you get the contractor to send a photocopy annual report to them. And the one without all the picture and all those simple one, that's good enough. No need to. The one you print for the company, that one is for the publicity. You have the advertisement and so forth. This one we don't need. We don't do. So that's my suggestion. So we don't do. If you see, you ask people to write to you and you send the annual report. End of the day, if everybody asks for annual report, how many shareholders Maybank have? You multiply by $160. What is the cost? So do not encourage sending annual report. That's my view. If they really want, get a contractor to cost them $20, print the annual report for them. That's my idea, so that you can save costs. So next point I want to ask is about some question on your presentation just now. I look at your annual report. Actually, you look at the 2025 financial statement and the 2024. Your assets actually come down. I mean, in terms of growth, actually there's no growth in your assets. For example, like your total assets, your loans, maybe the deposit also came down a bit. So the issue is, your profit have grown now. So I want to please tell me, with a lower asset volume and loans and deposit, how did Maybank manage to show a good profitability? That's question one. Second is talk about Raw 30. Raw 30 is have you all stimulated do a sensitive stimulation on the Raw 30? If you achieve all your targets by 2030, what is your Maybank's profitability and the shareholders fund as at 2030? So we assume you achieve your profitability. At least give us an idea how the impression of the company in 2030. The next question is on the I think good enough. The rest you already answered. These are the 2 points. On the stress test on the Raw 2030. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, for the annual report, we'll take that into consideration to see how we can be more cost effective. And on the annual report itself, the content.
Yeah, you are right. I think total assets came down. And I did mention in my presentation that we are also focusing on profitability rather than just balance sheet growth. Yeah. And I think this is where then shareholder hopefully will appreciate that we are generating better returns, even using less resources. Yeah. So.
Will you be able to consult how do you get?
Yes, I'm coming to that. So first is the NIM. So the NIM has been consistent, right, from 2024 to 2025. But we also grew our loans by 1.7%. So that would attribute to higher income. Secondly is on the fee income. The fee income also grew about 4%. So that helps in terms of the growth in our income. The third part is that if you look at the allowances for loan losses and impairment for securities, that also has come down year on year. I think that's another page. So these three are the main drivers for the higher profit. And at the same time, so that's the answer.
How much are you releasing more overlays for 2025?
Releasing again, what again?
Releasing more overlays, that means we are reducing the overlays.
Oh, no, I think as I presented in the presentation, we have actually increased the overlay, I think from 1.7 to 2.3 billion, again, to buffer for any, upcoming risk issues. Yeah. So from a risk point of view, at least from a credit provisioning point of view, we have got that extra, overlay that we can use in case things turn for the worse.
So, thanks. How about the 2030?
Yes, I'm coming to that. So I think we also have to be careful what we disclose publicly, right? And you have, I think for specific numbers, we are not allowed to disclose. So, and you don't see banks or even companies doing that. But what normally is being disclosed will be ratios. And that's what we have disclosed, at least for this year. We say that our ROE, we try to achieve 11.8%. And even by 2020, we're targeting ROE of between 13 and 14%. Yeah, but we have to be careful not to disclose specific profit numbers. That's going to be deemed as a forward-looking disclosure.
Okay, come back to your ROE 2030. You have a year-by-year KPI, right? KPI year by year.
Yeah.
So basically, this year KPI, 2025, 2026 KPI, have you actually set the KPI for 2026? Maybe you can give us a rundown.
We can show that page again. Maybe we can, can you help me put up that page again? In my presentation, that is from page 12, I think. Can we? Yeah. On the left-hand side, these are the KPIs that we shared with the public back in February when we announced our full year results. So ROE is 11.8, cost income 49, loans growth between 4 and 5, and net credit charge 20 basis points.
Is that...
So I noticed the net credit charge 20 points off in 2026, right?
Yeah.
So why from a positive 8 points, now is extra 20 points?
Yeah.
For the...
Again, we are being cautious.
Yeah, that's one. Second, even you project forward until 2030, that charge, credit charge have been keep going up for the rest of the 5
Yes.
years. So maybe you can tell us why you have less confidence on the asset quality going forward.
Yeah, we're just being cautious based on the trajectory over the years. Yeah, 20 basis point. But again, we will try to do better than that. We're just being on the safe side.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Next question, please.
Afternoon, Tan Sri Chairman, Dato Sri Khairul Saleh, Dato, and all the fellow directors and shareholders present here today. I'm Lim Chen Yai, corporate rep from MSWG. Joining me today also our CEO, Dr. Ismail. Okay, we have a few questions I would like to seek clarification from the board. The first question is about I understand that Dato Sri Karosale, you mentioned about the increased management overlay from 1.7 to 2.3 billion. So probably can we understand more about the context of the higher overlay made in FY 2025, and what were the risks of events that they were unable to be adequately captured by the traditional ECL model? Okay, that's the first question. And the second question is about the capital management. We do understand that the shareholder expectations are high when it comes to the capital repayment plan. And probably could the bank tell us that under what circumstances that the bank is comfortable to do such a plan? Yeah. Okay, and the third question, I would like to touch on the technology, the investment in technology. Okay, based on the previous cycle, the M25 Plus, as mentioned earlier in the presentations, from FY 2023 to 2025, the bank has invested 1.24 billion in IT-related investment. But when it comes to the raw 30, the investment per annum should be about average 2 billion a year. So 2 billion a year compared to 1.25 billion over a 3-year period. It is such a huge increase. Probably could you please put that in a layman term on how different of the previous IT investment cycle compared to the raw 30? And okay, my last question is about a bit on the governance side, about the whistleblowing. And the bank received about 280 whistleblowing complaints in FY 2025. What are the categories of this whistleblowing, and is in relation to which aspect, which area, and what the solutions or mitigation measure provided by the bank with regard to the whistleblowing complaint? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question.
Okay, if I answer the first one, so this is increase in management overlay, right? So last year, you remember President of the US imposed tariffs, and we were concerned that the imposition of tariffs, including to Malaysia, would also heighten some, credit risk for our portfolio. So certain part of that management overlay was also used for that. Generally, we also have some specific overlay and some general overlay. Specific overlay, these accounts may not have turned stage 3, but we also put certain overlay to make sure that we are comfortable. In the worst case, it goes to stage 3. But there is also a general overlay like the tariff, right? And this year it's the Mid-East crisis as well. Yeah. So I can tell you that this year, for example, we have repurposed, for example, the overlay from tariff, because that might not happen, to the Mid-East crisis overlay, right? So that's how we manage, because we are not able to determine the impact of this crisis and also the tariff last year, and hence we put an overlay to be able to make sure that we can again see through any crisis comfortably. The second part is about capital management. Can I just understand specifically, because we are doing active capital management, and of course we look at growth, we look at regulatory requirement, we look at stress tests, and then we also look at how much we can use that to reward shareholders, right? And we do this actively every year. We would present to the board early of the year in terms of the needs and how we need to deploy this, what's the expectation on returns, etc. Yeah. So there is that exercise that we do, and the board is being apprised, and of course, at the end of the day, the board will approve our capital management plan at the beginning of the year. Yeah. And then on the technologies expenditure, you're right. I think if you look at my presentation earlier, out of the 10 billion, you have got a distribution of 60% on the long term, 40% on the short term, right? So 60% of 10 is about 6. Now, and if you divide, and you I guess double click on that 6 billion, bulk of it actually is going to be in the core system, yeah, core banking. That's a huge undertaking. We did not do anything. Well, we did some little enhancement on our core, but this is really to modernize our core system. Our core system, I think, is aged, and we are constrained by that core system to be able to introduce products, being more innovative. And we believe that it's about time. So bulk of it is core. The other one is, again, about resilience, as I mentioned, right? The second part is that modernizing data center, right? Again, we want to be able to have that ability to serve our customers continuously, right? And hence, we need to be able to make sure we have got data center, primary, backup, etc., right? And this must be tier 4 data center, yeah, given Maybank size. And hence, that's also another big chunk of that. We did not do this in the last 3 years. Yeah. So to me, those are the two big ticket items. And of course, cloud, for example, and AI, right? As we try to become more innovative and invest in the capability of AI in the cloud, we will continue to invest that. And that will come under the 40%. And we hardly saw these things in the last 3 years. Yeah, so these will be the key differences between the investment for the next 5 years and what we invested in the last 3 years for technology. Yeah, I think whistleblowing.
Yeah, for the whistleblowing, Shirley, as the chair of the audit committee.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do have statistics on the categories of whistleblowing matters that was actually sent to us, and we considered all of them, investigate where it's relevant. I think the compliance officer has the information, and Insan will actually provide you with the answer. Insan, are you okay? Yeah.
The majority of our whistleblowing cases is due to the grievances towards the direct managers and the supervisors, which our group human capital have provided the necessary intervention and counseling to all parties involved. There are also other cases related to adherence of internal SOP, as well as upholding the Maybank Code of Conduct. All whistleblowing cases are investigated by independent parties and deliberated at the Whistleblowing Governance Committee. Thank you.
All right, I hope, is that okay? Thank you. Next question, please, this gentleman.
Hi, good afternoon. Tan Sri. I'm Dr. Yap from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. I purposely come here for this AGM, and I would like to thank all of you for the wonderful effort given by the bank for the past years. I've been a shareholder for Maybank for the past 16 years plus, and I benefited a lot. Thank you again. Now, from me, I'm here standing because I want to voice out a few problems with your Etiqa insurance. All right. So I'm very dissatisfied as a long purchaser and also a customer and also a shareholder of Maybank. So Etiqa insurance has malperformed for the past 2 to 3 years. I had been a Etiqa insurance in the Takaful and also for the travel, what do you call it? Yeah, for travel. So usually, previously, when I submit a claim via the apps, Etiqa apps, it was very fast to be approved or rejected. That's okay. But for the past 1 year or 2 years, the process had been very slow. We called, we emailed, tak ada orang respond langsung. For the past 6 months, October 2025, I submitted my complaint and my claims. Tak ada orang respond. Thus, I'm standing here to inform Tan Sri and whoever is involved in Etiqa insurance, please back up your services before you lose more customers. Not only me, many of my traveling friends have the same problem with Etiqa insurance. Banyak orang yang ada masalah macam tu. Jadi, I seru the people, please go to the ground and do the work, investigate this type of problem. Tadi, I went up to the booth, I complained kat sana, terus approve within 5 minutes. what is this problem is going about. Dia kata masalahnya, 2 people cuti, I will come back to you, but then never come back. WhatsApp, call, email, tak ada response. This is very bad. Extremely very bad and underperformed. So I hope Tan Sri and all those people who are involved in Etiqa Insurance, please do your best. Second, I thank the confusion that has been created by boardroom registrar regarding the sending of this annual report to me. I submitted online since April the 4th, 2026 for a hard copy of this annual report. Tunggu 2 minggu lebih, tak sampai Kota Kinabalu lagi. Imagine that. I submitted together for the request for the annual report with CIMB Bank. I hold 5 banks in my portfolio. Not to this one. 2 bank. CIMB came to my house within 6 days after submission. Maybank, minggu lepas, last Friday, I call up boardroom. Boardroom says it's not them who handle this. It's handled by Maybank themselves. Thus, he asked me to call Maybank to get my CDS account verified, email, baru they send. Over, I received on Tuesday, Bahaja, before I fly over on Wednesday malam, Wednesday siang, yesterday morning. So you see, this is the problem with the bank. The bank is good, it's performing well, tapi akar umbi itu tak bekerja dengan baik. This is the problem. I came here to voice out this problem. I'm very thankful that my Etiqa claims was approved. Immediately after 5 minutes, dia takut saya complain, dia kata jangan complain. Tapi, I berkeras juga nak complain. Sebab, I want the company to be good. I want the bank to perform well. Thus, I'm here. I don't mind taking leave. I don't mind to spend air flight. I don't mind to spend hotel. Sebelum you lose more customers, before you lose more people punya confidence in the bank. It's not only me who complain, you know. You see in Facebook, people are complaining Etiqa, becoming very bad. Makin teruk. Tiap-tiap hari you see in the Facebook, people who buy the Etiqa insurance complain sini sana, especially the travelers. So I please hope somebody who look into this, to please look into this matter seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the feedback.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Happy Afternoon. Happy afternoon to Board of Directors. I have one question. I'm not so long-winded. I have one question. Mr. Chairman, Tan Sri, quite many years ago, we used to be given a choice to reinvest our dividend to the share. But what happened? I don't know why we stopped that, because that gives the shareholder the opportunity to choose either to get cash or to reinvest. Normally, we reinvest because there was some discount, how to say. So that's where we can increase our shareholding. But now you have stopped. I hope the Board of Directors will reconsider to give us an option whether to reinvest the dividend or you want the cash. So please seriously thinking, because we would like to reinvest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Certainly, the board will take a look at, every time there is an opportunity to provide dividend back to shareholders, we'll be looking at, whether it's going to be all cash or, some of DRP as well. So thank you for that feedback. I would like to thank the gentleman from Sabah just now. I didn't have the opportunity to thank him for flying all the way here to give that the feedback. Thank you, and we apologize for that shortcomings. We work hard on making sure that our services are improved. As mentioned by Datuk Sri Karusali, this is one of our main pillars going into RAW 30. So we'll certainly take a look at that. Before that, can I have the gentleman with the checkered shirt first, please? Because he's been waiting for half an hour.
Tan Sri Dato', I'm a shareholder. Wei Tong Wang. Just want to ask a question about your bank and many branches overseas. Why should we be worried about the foreign exchange variations? Or you have the competent staff to hedge against the currency variation? Second question is, has you written down the Sapura Energy's back loan so far? As I look from the previous year report, seems there is no sudden drop of $1 billion in the profit. So I suppose you may take over years to write down the loss. Another question is, last question. Just now you mentioned you will guarantee 6% yield, dividend yield. Can you guarantee, because the share price varies, so you cannot guarantee us 6% yield for next year? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. On the foreign exchange, a lot of our investment overseas, we deem them as structural positions. And structural positions because we do business there, we also take deposit locally, we lend in local currency, and hence we take that out from the hedging needs because that's part of the structural position being the presence in those countries. But having said that, I think that if there is an open position beyond that, we do look actively at hedging our positions that are not structural in nature. The second question is on that company. I don't think we are able to comment specifically on any of our customer. But having said that, we have also made public disclosure on our shareholding in Ventris. It's a listed company and we do own shares in that company now. But beyond that, we are not able to go into further details with respect to the provisioning otherwise, for any of our customer. Dividend yield, I don't think we can guarantee, shareholder. We will try our best, to continue to improve the yield, the TSR, the shareholder return, but short of guaranteeing it.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of Directors, and fellow shareholders. My name is Luke. I am a shareholder and also a customer. I have been a customer for 30 years exactly, started in 1996. So as my friends and family members all know, I love Maybank. My experience at Maybank has been fantastic until 2024. My disappointment started to get more and more. So that's why I'm up here speaking, because good things no need to share. I'll share online enough already, but bad things must come to AGM and tell. So first of all, one of your raw 30 pillars is what do you call it? Best in class UX, right? Okay. So UX, for those who are not familiar, is user experience. So first of all, last year, exactly April, 1 year ago, I was at the KLCC branch to set up my silver account. I wanted to buy silver. So because it's a brand new product to me, I have not done this before, and we cannot do it online, the officer at the KLCC branch told me very, very specifically that in order for us to buy the silver, we first have to do the first transaction at the branch with a physical booklet. So I said, okay, fine. So we do that. After that, the officer was kind enough to remind me, after you've done the first transaction using the booklet at the branch, you can go back to your home PC. And the officer made it very clear, PC only, handphone cannot. You have to go to the PC and buy online. You can do a second transaction, third transaction, and so on, online. So I went back home, I tried, cannot. The screen doesn't have such an option for me to purchase silver online. Then I went to other branches. In total, I went to 4 separate branches. My home branch is Sungai Besi, okay? So I have direct contact to my Sungai Besi branch manager and assistant branch manager due to another problem, which I'll come to in my second point. I have the direct WhatsApp numbers. I even send them the screen and say, hey, can you teach me how I can actually transact this silver using my Maybank to you on my PC? I show the screen, where exactly do I press the button? And both the branch manager and the assistant branch manager did not give me any answers. I have to go to 4 separate branches. Okay, KLCC, Bukit Bintang, Taman Desa, and Sungai Besi, right? 4 branches did not give me answer. Finally, it just so happened that I was there in October of 2025, last year October. 6 months later, I was at Menara Hapsing. Menara Hapsing, there was another Maybank branch, so I went in there and I told them the same problem that I was facing. Finally, someone from Menara Hapsing told me, sorry, there's no such facility for you to buy silver online. You have to bring your booklet to any branch to do the transaction. So I was actually seriously very, very disappointed. Okay, why? Because number one, silver prices went up at least 400% since April to October, just like gold. Went up more than 100%, right? I cannot do any transaction. Lost out on all the gains I would have gotten, right? Because the Maybank staff have no idea what the heck's going on with your own product, with your own user experience, the online or whatever. So that's my first thing. Second thing is, back to the why I have direct access to Sungai Besi's branch manager and assistant branch manager was because last year during AGM, I brought this up. I was saying that because ESG was huge, right? ESG was very big in the last 3-4 years. So I made a request for my own statements of my CASA, right? My savings and current account. So I brought this up before last year. If you look back at the video, you will see it, that they charged me money for the service to look back at my old CASA account, and then they charged me money some more to print out the account details, okay? So because I brought it up in the AGM, so last year, Mr. Chairman told the branch to waive my fees. Okay, so the branch waived my fees that they charged me. But of course, the physical printout, I still paid. Okay? I paid a lot of money for the physical printouts. Then because I wanted it to be in electronic form, they charged me again. So I don't understand. I don't understand. So, okay, anyway, that's a small matter. And one more thing is, this is not a problem. It's something that I noticed. This is something that I noticed. Hopefully, you guys can sort it out. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. You know, we all watch YouTube, right? So in YouTube, there's a lot of ads that come on, right? And then suddenly I see that, hey, Maybank, interest rate 3.7%. Wow, very high. In my Maybank to you, I check all the fixed deposit, whatever, whether it's Islamic or conventional. I cannot get 3.7%, but YouTube keep telling me 3.7%. I cannot find how do I get 3.7%? Okay, these are the 3 points only that I gotta make. Thank you very much. I hope I get some resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lok. I don't think I will plan to answer to you right now one by one. We'll take your feedback to us and we will look into it. I think our Faris there can help you to see the appropriate people to help you with that issue. But thank you for the feedback.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I'm feeling hungry. What about lunch this afternoon? I will follow the step like Uncle Lim. There's Uncle Lim. To shorten my question to 2 questions. Firstly, I would like to ask the total loan exposure, the bank total loan exposure to Middle East, directly and indirectly, given the global uncertainty. And the other question is that due to the global uncertainty, there was a warning call that property of all fronts, building, high-rise building, shopping malls, hotels, all these property might face a meltdown. So due to the reason of high cost maintenance, poor demand, and lack of opportunity in the business cycle. So in view of that, I would like you to comment on this, whether the property would melt down in 2026 and forward. Please comment on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, shareholder. I think I mentioned earlier in the Q&A from the virtual platform and there was a question on that. Our portfolio or exposure to Middle East is around 3%. And our loan exposure at the end of the year was around 686 billion. So you multiply by 3%, that's about 20 billion. But again, this is not necessarily bad, but it's just exposure. And they are primarily into the oil and gas and those related businesses. We don't have much exposure in the Middle East itself. I think I mentioned that we have a branch in GCC, but our exposure there is very much FI exposure, financial institutions, and these tier one FIs in the Middle East itself. But direct exposure to the real estate in Middle East, no, we don't have. Then you may ask about the impact in this part of the world on property, I guess, if we are concerned. At the moment, we are monitoring the situation. As I mentioned, people who have asked for assistance is indeed just a handful. But we do believe if income growth of the people continues to grow, and again, if the economy continues to grow, then the impact might not be as bad as we might have imagined. But back to your question on direct exposure to Middle East, it's about 3%. High-rise property, again, here it's more in terms of the affordability, right? So as I do mention earlier that we are focused on high-rise property with respect to people who can afford it, etc. And as long as the income continues to grow from these people, and indeed income continues to grow, we think that the impact might not be, again, as bad as what we could imagine. And the high-rise property normally is just a sweet spot for people to purchase. But having said that, we also apply the applicable debt service ratio, etc., and to look at the affordability of people who are applying for such housing loans.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ismail from MSWG, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Tan Sri Chairman, Datuk Sri President, members of the board. Thank you so much for responding to all of the questions. Just a quick question on the company's plan. I went through Raw 30 and I think it's very much an aspiring plans, but just wanted to learn what going back to the M25 plus, which can the management share with us what were the shortfalls from the M25 that we did not meet the target, and how is that being addressed in Raw 30? And my second question is with regard to Raw 30. I know this is very much too early to discuss about looking into the plan itself, but given all these uncertainties and this geopolitical tension, when will be the breaker for the board to now decide whether we need to pivot from the plan and make some changes to the targets? Would it be maybe perhaps in quarter 3, quarter 4? Would that be in the mind of the board? My last question is actually on your international exposure. In the annual report, it mentions that there were 2 countries that did not actually meet your targets, namely Vietnam as well as Philippines. What would be the plan for the management to actually focus on those 2 countries? Just my 3 questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ismail.
On M25 Plus, if you recall, we had the SPs, the strategic programs, right, 1 to 13. Obviously, the good ones have been SPs such as Wealth, SPs such as Islamic, even on the cash management, which is SP2, right, and SP1 on the mortgage, for example, as we applied what you call it, digital application and tying up with developer, etc. We know we can do better, say in Indonesia, for example. We know we can do better maybe in the deployment of capabilities, say on AI. So AI is there, but we can do a lot more. And in terms of the technology deployment, for example, it just needs to go to the next level and address the real key issues. From technology point of view, yes, we have done, in terms of investing in resiliency, for example, digital stand-in, to be able to make sure that if there is any disruption to our system, digital stand-in can come in. And I think that has actually become one of the main achievements under our technology capability, to be able to ensure there's no disruption or minimal disruption to our customer during the period, right? Now, second question was? Okay. On the pivot, we are monitoring it closely. Obviously, from the bank point of view, there are two parts to that. One is customer, and one is on our own position, right? So our own position primarily from the financial markets. Bond yields have been volatile, FX have been volatile, interest rate, etc. So we need to maybe be able to manage that more effectively. On client, we are monitoring. We know that we have engaged with customer. We know that we have also assessed certain portfolio, right? But to come up to a point where we are not going to achieve this or that, I think it's still early days. But again, we are monitoring closely with the ability to do some stress testing on our portfolio. But I think having said that, again, we are a long-term player. Long-term player means that we still should make the investment that we need to make, right? Because I think it's all a cycle, and hopefully sooner rather than later the cycle will turn again, and hence we have to just continue to make the investment that we think is good for the future. On Vietnam, basically we are actually quite optimistic with the potential of the country. We've got 2 branches there. We've got investment securities presence, and of course we've got investment in Anbin. We probably will do a bit more with our branches and with our investment bank and securities, because that's a bit more direct, where we can control, and particularly looking at the network clients again from Malaysia, Singapore doing business in Vietnam. We only have a small shareholding in Anbin, so it's very difficult to influence, so to speak, the direction of the bank being a minority. In Philippines, I think it's again the network play. Apart from Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, the pivot is about making sure that we serve our customers that go to these footprints. Yeah, so we do have clients that go to Vietnam, go to Philippines, Cambodia, China, Hong Kong, right? So we believe that it's best that we identify this set of customers. We know their capability, we know their risk profile. So it's better than to identify these clients to support them in those countries.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew. I am an Indonesian shareholder. So I have a question for loan. I noticed our loan, total loan in Indonesia is contracted by 3.1% year over year. Could management briefly explain the main reason for this drop? Is it due to lower demand from borrowers because of the weakening rupiah, or is it a deliberate tightening of our lending? And what is the plan for the management to make this number better? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Pak. Indonesia yes, there has been contraction, and the contraction came primarily from the global banking portfolio. Yeah. And global banking portfolio in Asia can be divided into three now. The SOE, state-owned enterprises, the large companies that are private, and then the third one is financial institutions. Yeah. Now, when we assess the performance of this portfolio, particularly from a profitability point of view, we used to grow quite a bit on the state-owned enterprises, yeah, but the margin was very small, if not losing money. And we did not have the relationship on other things, such as the current account, transaction banking, forex, right? So it's pure balance sheet. And if the margin is small or losing money, then it's not worth doing it. So since then, maybe 2 years ago, we started reducing on the state-owned enterprise portfolio. We tried to build on the LLC, right? However, the pace of that rebalancing has not been as effective. We wanted to grow LLC faster, but not able to, but the SOE kept coming down. Yeah. Now, what we're trying to pivot to is basically, again, as I mentioned, the inbound clients. We have got many, many clients from Malaysia and Singapore that we know very well that are doing business in Indonesia. And that's what we are focusing on now in terms of extending facilities, doing transaction banking, etc., with these people. Yeah. So hopefully we can see a bit of traction throughout the year as we pivot towards this particular segment.
Okay. Gentleman over there. Oh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry. We'll take you after this, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board of Directors. My name is Ridwan Keng, and I'm a shareholder. I have 2 questions to ask the board. Is it a good idea we should expand on our SDB services, particularly on our standalone building, example like Menara Maybank beside Puduraya? Because I see there's a need because our people are moving from a middle income group to a high income group. So most particularly, they will own more asset, and they want to keep their documents in a safe place and their jewelry in a safe place. My second question is, do Maybank invest in physical gold and silver? Thank you.
At SDB, we don't intend to have a specific building for SDB. What we normally do is we do it at our branches, as an extension of the other services that we provide. But the outlay is quite significant for a standalone, premises just for SDB. But we do have I guess, boxes that we can continue to provide still within the premises that we have. Yeah?
My reason for a standalone building is because for security. Because to avoid any buggery or break-in or what, I think it happens in Malaysia before. So if it's the own building, the security is definitely foolproof. But if you have SDB in a double-story terrace shop or what, tendency there might be a break-in. History has shown.
Yeah.
So I think you should look into it because a medium-sized room can accommodate even up to 1,000 of various sizes of SDP. And it only needs one manpower to man the counter only. So it's very cost-effective. I think because I'm using SDP, I see that the returns is no doubt is. But if you think in large quantity, it's very good, no?
Okay. Point taken. We will take that on board and see the feasibility of it. The next one is on physical gold and silver. No, we don't have direct holding in physical and gold. Yes, we provide the facility for trading on our May, but the physical gold actually is held by an agent that holds on behalf of the buyers. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please.
What I mean is the Maybank invests in physical gold and silver.
No, Maybank doesn't invest in physical gold and physical silver.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, Dato Sri, Tan Sri, and the board directors. My name is Kahin. I have 4 things to point out. So, the pre-AGM FAQ did not specify the CET1 threshold. Please confirm the exact CET1 level at which the board considers capital excess and actionable for returns. Number 2, NIM guidance is 2.05 to 2.10% for FY 2026. If BNM cuts OPR once more, does NIM fall below 2.05%, and what specific balance sheet action will be taken to defend it? And then yesterday I was in the CIMB AGM, and then at 10 they still have vouchers and all the food. But now around the same time I'm here, but I didn't get this one. And then more about the customer experience. So recently I opened a savings account with Maybank, and my house is further away from the branch, but their default SOP is to turn away the customers. Even though I'm already there, I have to call my father to talk to someone in Maybank, and then I'm able to open my account. That's all. Thank you.
I think CET1, we normally look at the level at the bank level. So if you notice, we report CET1 both at the bank level and the group level. And we pay dividend from the bank level CET1. Yeah. So if you notice, the CET1 at bank level is about 13 something, but at the group level is much higher. So really we can't touch, it's difficult to touch the CET1 at the group level because of their activities, and there are minority shareholders, etc. So at the bank level, it's probably around 13% that we need to monitor. But of course, now we also need to take into account the stress scenario given the Middle East conflict, right? And typically stress scenario, we have to make sure that it is above a certain level as well that is required by regulator. Yeah. On the NIM, if there is interest rate reduction, there will be an effect on our net interest income because loan will be repriced first, but deposits, will only be repriced later. I think there was some simulation that we did. If 25 basis point, I think there will be a reduction of certain amount. I can't recall it, but I think we can come back to you on that. On voucher, we will provide food voucher to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Customer experience.
Customer experience, can you elaborate your point, please?
So basically, I was at the Bukit Damansara branch. I walked in, and then I say I want to open an account. And asked me, the first question is, where are you from? Which office, or like, where do you stay? Not, yes, I can help you open an account.
But did you get your account open?
After insisting on opening an account, they opened my account.
You mean once you gave your address, they refused to open an account for you there? Is that right?
They say, where are you from, like which area? But I'm already there. Why did they turn me away?
Okay. Apologies for that, but take into account now that we understand that incident. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, last question from me. If you refer to your annual report, page number 29, in the topic of interest income and interest expenses, for the group performance at 2025, the interest income is about 29 billion. And the interest expenses is about 16 billion. Now, it means that to have an income of 29 billion, you spend 16 billion. Wow, that's a lot. In fact, if you do a mathematical calculation, it's over 60% expenses. Why so high? Can you explain? Thank you.
That's the bread and butter of our business. We have got a loan book of almost 700 billion ringgit that we charge interest on. We've got a deposit of around maybe 800 billion. So basically that is where the interest income and interest expense came from.
Okay, if you refer to page 143, under the, what do you call, interest expenses.
Yeah.
Under the deposit from customer is 11 billion loss. Why loss?
Well, we
To the
pay
customer
interest.
deposit.
We pay interest to depositors. The FD that you place in the bank, say now 1 year 3.7%. So that's the cost that we have to incur to get the fixed deposit from our customer.
But from the deposit, the customer put the FD in Maybank. You gain back, right?
Sorry?
You gain from the FD.
No, then we get the
You
FD, we have to
invest,
lend.
right?
Yeah, we lend or
And
invest.
you make money, right?
That's reflected in the interest income up there under note 36. Yeah, loans, advance and financing, we got 19 billion.
Okay,
so,
clear. Thank you.
So we pay less, we get more.
Thank you. Sorry, if I can ask the gentleman at the back, please stand up the queue, please. I can't see the. Yes.
Okay. Tan Sri, can I talk now? About your gold, paper gold in Maybank, is it the same price as Bursa Gold? And what advantage to buy from Maybank when you can buy from Bursa Gold and they can convert to physical gold? Another question is regarding just now your clarification about hedging of the foreign bank of the deposit. What I want to know is, will the profit from foreign bank drop according to the variation of foreign exchange? So is there any hedging against the profit? So if foreign currency drop, then may the final profit here affected? Thanks.
I think on gold, we need to come back to you. Yeah, in terms of the comparison between ours and Bursa. Yeah, but obviously from our point of view, we do provide the ability to buy and sell, and you can also take the physical gold if you need to, if you buy it. Hedging again, I think to a certain extent we do hedging, but what we do is normally just on our portfolio, right? As opposed to hedging on FX itself. There is some portion that we do hedge, but more from our overall funding. So let's say we borrow in dollar. If we borrow from, we have got Formosa bond, we have got Panda bond, right? So those are renminbi, etc. Those are the ones that we hedge. But in terms of the translation of our activities, say from Indonesia or Singapore, that one we do not hedge.
Yes, lady at the back, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Lim Yi Ying and I'm a shareholder. I would like to ask mainly on the domestic market outlook for 2026. So number one, on real estate asset quality, While the group remains vigilant, the domestic property market is currently quite divided. I see continued pressure in older commercial office spaces and the high-end residential segment. Does the bank foresee a rise in non-performing loans, specifically in this pocket of risk this year? Number 2, on SME growth, the Raw 30 strategy targets 5 to 6% loan growth in Malaysia. Given the Visit Malaysia 2026 momentum, how much of that growth is coming from the SME sector? And are we seeing any impact on their repayment capacity due to the current OPR levels? Thank you.
Thank you for that.
For now, on the real estate portfolio, we do stress tests, etc. And I come back to the point earlier about, as long as people continue to be employed, income continues to grow, and people buy housing for them to stay in, the risk is manageable. But of course, we continue to monitor, right? You're right, in terms of the older commercial real estate, those are fairly risky. The other one is in terms of high-end property, those are risky as well. And we try not to finance in those segments, right? So maybe again, the high-end property, again, it depends on the affordability. Say if our wealth client, we think that he or she can afford, this high-end property, that's fine. But it's not going to be given to anyone. And we all do based on debt service ratio as well of the particular applicant. Yeah. The loans growth 5 and 6%, yeah. That's what we plan to achieve this year. And in Malaysia, maybe it's around 5-6% as well. Again, that's what we try to do this year. But if things go, worse, right, then of course we have to relook at the target that we have. As far as SME is concerned, of course, if things get worse, they are probably going to be the first sector to be affected. Yeah, and of course, then do we still want to grow in this segment? Then we have to maybe be a bit more opportunistic. There will still be segments that we can grow, but maybe there are segments that we cannot grow given the environment. We don't have the split by tourism, right? Obviously, there is opportunity for people to do more business in tourism, like the tourism operators, etc. We Visit Malaysia. But we're also mindful, given the rise in diesel prices, right, and the transportation costs will increase. This segment may also be affected. So apart from giving loans now, we're also thinking about helping some of our current borrowers who might be affected by this particular Middle East crisis. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm in Chirin. I'm a beneficial shareholder and registered as a proxy. Okay, first query. Later on, when we have do a voting session, would the scrutinous verify whether boardroom has sent all the notification, especially for those online, those who have registered for online meetings? Because I experienced that in the past, they're supposed to send a notification like 2 days before, but this time around, they only send like around 12 hours. And some of my friends actually have not received any notification at all, and it took lots of calls and emails. So I wonder, will there be a possibility that some of them will not have voted because no notification was sent, and I don't know whether it will render the voting incomplete and whether it will be null and void. Okay, next one. Maybank have a good reputation of effective engagement with the shareholders. Perhaps next year you can consider having more counters so that we don't have a wait in a long line and we can enter the meeting earlier to attend your wonderful presentation. Okay. Next one is, I would really suggest that you try to have few more copies available in the meeting room, because the thickness of your annual report, it will cost much more for you to do the postage, and they always have people complaining that they still have not received the annual report. For example, like I myself have requested many annual reports from boardroom, but I have not even received one until now. Okay, the next one is relating to your presentation earlier, where you mentioned that you have detected able to avoid attempted scam, etc. But would it be possible to share with us what are the values of the scam that you're able to detect, and the value of those attempted scam, and how efficient is Maybank if, let's say, people inform them that accounts are being used as new account? Because I experienced in other banks whereby even if you call them, it take them like few days to actually process instead of immediately lock a suspicious account. Okay. Next query, in terms of your competitors, there's a possibility that we're going to have a few banks that will be owned by the state government, and the possibility that they will have more of the GLCs, etc., transfer their accounts to those banks that is owned by the state. How do you prepare yourself for this kind of situation? Next one is, what is the plan for the old Menara Maybank? Okay, the next one is relating to Maybank investment. It's quite a long list. I don't know, perhaps I can have a direct discussion with the CEO of Maybank Investment, because I don't have a good experience of the recent Maybank Investment talk. It was hard to register, and many times it was refused, even though I registered early. They told me that only reserved for analysts, etc. But somehow I got to know that people even bring their baby, their children to attend for that meeting, for that presentation. And I noticed also Maybank Investment was lacking in participation in the SC event like InvestSmart. And also, I also would like to suggest that you offer different password to log on to Maybank Investment portal rather than having the same password, especially for security. Otherwise, once you know the password, you can access to all the accounting transaction, etc. And I would like to also suggest that Maybank Investment perhaps consider having some more products in Bursa like Silver ETF, S&P 500 Index Fund, etc., so that you can perhaps earn more income. And last year, I highlighted that my request for attending meeting previously that was not processed, and until now I have not received any response to that. Just two more items. Any possibility that Etika or Islamic banking subsidiary will be considered to be listed? Lastly, I would like to compliment Maybank as the chairman for having a very effective engagement of AGM. You are exemplary compared to what shareholder has experienced last year in public bank, whereby only drinks are offered. And I experienced that last year when I was attending RHB Bank, no coffee and tea, the staff asked me to go to public bank. And public bank, they say, you want to food, you go to RHB Bank, because they're having two meetings near each other. And Mr. Chairman, thank you also to have your massage facilities. Still not able to enjoy because I think the demand is fantastically high. I don't know whether you're going to extend the service this year as well. But anyway, I think perhaps in the future you can also be considered as chairman for public bank or RHB Bank, so that you can sow the seed of loving the shareholders to the other directors, so that your wonderful engagement with the shareholders will be spread to other banks in listed company. Thank you.
Very much for that. Well, quite a long list of issues. Maybe perhaps on the scrutineers. Okay, we take on the reciprocity loan growth. The counter for registration. I think that we take the same issue as the food just now. I think we underestimated the a number of physical shareholders coming physically here. On the annual report, I think we spoke about that earlier. We certainly take the feedback. Scam value, that I think that Sri Khairul answered before, but perhaps a little bit comments.
On scam loss value, again, this is private, right? We don't disclose the numbers, but in the context of our business, it is very small. What happens to all Menara Maybank, I did also mention in the presentation Q&A that as part of the us leasing Merdeka 108, PNB will become the master lessee for our old Menara Maybank. Yep. And then they will have to pay us rental. As far as experience with MIBG, the MIBG CEO actually is here. So we can connect you with the CEO. I think Mike is still here, right? Yeah, so Mike is there. On state government owning banks and what do? I think we do what we have to do, as a bank and as a private entity. And of course, we have to be mindful of the competitive landscape out there, whoever the owner of the bank is. Etika, I think I mentioned earlier, at the moment we don't have any plan to lease, but focus on growing the business given that it is a core part of the group. Similarly with Maybank Islamic, given that we run it as a leverage model, probably it's not wise to list it. Otherwise, again, there'll be some leakage, right, in terms of the business from the group. On Mule, and again, we don't necessarily disclose this, but again, once we get that from the authority, we will suspend it as fast as possible.
Okay, relating on the scam matters, what I meant is that, for example, accidentally transacted with the transfer to accounts belongs to Maybank, which I know is a scam account. Do you have any facility whereby, like a phone number I can call and the person in charge will immediately suspend the account, rather than the normal process whereby you have to send email and then they're going to process?
We do. I think we do have that account number. And again, we can connect you with our customer experience head and even the CEO of our CFS business. I think that, again, they are here. We can provide you with a number. In fact, we're also on the website, right? Is it available on the website as well? But if you need it urgently, we can certainly provide you with a number.
I just wonder, how fast is your reactive time? Let's say...
Sometimes it depends on, I think once we receive it and we can authenticate the customer, right, you should be able to do it fast. But it's also about when the customer calls us after the incident. Sometimes, our customer, they hesitate because sometimes they're also not forthcoming, right, in terms of saying they have been scammed. But once the account holder calls us and we can authenticate, of course, we can freeze it early. But again, we have seen where when a customer comes to us a bit late, the scammers have already taken the money. And I think that's where the issue is. Of course, now we have got also beyond the bank, what we call the NSRC, right, the National Scam Response Center, that is being run by the police as well. And that can also be accessed for purposes of complaining on scam.
Because I have a bad experience of this so-called scam center. It seems that it's only good in terms of advertisement. When you actually use their service, for example, they might even tell you that, it's already after office hours. And in terms of the effectiveness, let's say I accidentally transfer and then I realize that this is a possible Mule account. If I call your so-called emergency number, what's the fastest turnaround time that for you to investigate and immediately suspend? Because I understand that all these scammers, they have their funds to be transferred out quite fast, almost like immediately. So how fast is your turnaround time based on the system that you have in place?
I suggest we connect with you separately with our customer service experience and our CFS CEO, just to be able to appreciate the context of what you're trying to achieve. Yeah?
Okay, who is your investment banker?
Mike is our CEO of Investment Bank. Nasri is our head of customer experience, and Taufik is our COO of Group CFS.
Okay. No, that was it already. Okay. So for next year, will you consider to have perhaps more counters so that we can get over with the queuing, and that we can really appreciate your wonderful presentation much earlier?
Definitely. Sorry for that.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, the massage, would it be extended like last year?
Yeah, it will be extended like last year. All right.
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Oh.
I just want to follow up. Just now, there's one of the shareholders asked a question on Vietnam and Philippines. So the CEO answered the Vietnam, but they have not tackled the Philippines. These two are the underperformance region. Maybe you can address this Philippines as well. Second question I'm going to ask is, I also noticed the CEO have highlighted that Maybank is emphasizing on three countries, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. So these are you plan to perform well in these three countries. But the issue is, if you take these three as one, it's quite a small base. But if you compare with countries like Singapore, they have DBS, OCBC, and UOB. These three banks is already bigger than Maybank. So the issue is, people like DBS, OCBC, and UOB, they besides have these directed countries which they think can perform, they also have a pivot towards Hong Kong and China as another base of expansion. Do Maybank have this plan to create another growth area for your future expansion? And third point I need to highlight is, Maybank had gone to a giant in Malaysia. No? I think I noticed beside Petronas is the biggest in Malaysia. Maybank is the second largest. So the issue is common. Every year I listen to the shareholders complain on the services and so forth. Maybe this year, I think Maybank have to, the customer service section have to emphasize on customer service. Maybe you put a big board. Every branch must have complaint department. HQ is which people can contact the headquarters when they feel a lot of services is interrupted or when the service is poor. At least with this special attention by the directors, the bank can perform next year, and maybe next year no complaint. So that's my, because too big a company is also will have a lot of operational problem. So we need to address it once for all. The fourth point I will highlight is Maybank. Last point I noticed the asset growth is quite low, 1 or 2%. So in fact negative also in terms of assets. So Maybank have a very strong balance sheet. I think this is a time for you to look into acquisition of some smaller banks so that you can expand on an inorganic growth acquisition to expand the bank. Because right now your balance sheet is very strong and biggest in the KLSE. So it's a time to make use of your muscle to grow instead of just organic growth. Look at the acquisition side of the portion. In fact, with this kind of crisis, it's opportunity to expand. Yep.
Thank you for that.
Yep. First one is on Philippines. Actually, I did mention about Philippines when I answered the earlier question on Vietnam and Philippines. So again, the main focus now is about following our network clients doing business in Philippines. That would be the main focus because we think that that's where our competency is. Yes, we have got quite a bit of branches. I think we've got about 40 branches there. We are doing retail business, but also competing with the bigger banks in Philippines. But what we believe we can do better is, again, following our clients doing businesses not just in Philippines, but again in the other footprints that we have, including Cambodia, that I mentioned earlier.
So what I mean is, Philippines domestically, you can't grow that sector itself. The domestic Philippines country, where you have 40 branches, you think there's the opportunity is not that
it's limited.
Not that good to grow further?
It's limited. Again, if you compete with the top 3 banks that have got thousands of branches, right? The need to invest is huge. So we do what we can with the 40 branches and focusing on certain segments. Yeah, but for the growth, we think again back to what I've been saying, the network clients is key, so you know that there are many clients of ours in Malaysia that do business there that we have got good relationship with, that we can then do business with them.
I see.
Yeah.
But look at I'm thinking outside the box. You see that the foreign bank in Malaysia, they have only a few branches, but they make a lot of money. So can't we be like a foreign bank in Philippines?
Yeah.
And we have few branches that can grow a lot and make a lot of money. So that means the efficiency of that branch is the key. So I don't know whether you can look at this instead of just let business as usual type of strategy.
Okay.
Because it's what I'm saying is like the view is there really. Whether how we drive the car, you see. So when the infrastructure is there, how to grow. And the other thing I noticed, Philippines, Indonesia countries, the CASA is very high, 70% CASA. So there's an area we can have low, good deposit costs.
Okay, we will evaluate, right, your points. That will include things like Hong Kong and China, right? We already have.
The reason why I'm saying Hong Kong and China is, you see, the US is number 1, okay? Number 2 is really China. So the time is, now Malaysia have less exposure to China, although we have a lot of trade. But banking, we have not much exposure. So it's time to look into this, to prepare for the next 20 years.
Agreed.
Agreed. How is Maybank?
The consideration in China is also about the capital outlay, because the banks are huge there. And, a 10% stake in a bank in China is like, a lot more compared to the 100% in Malaysia potentially. So we also need to be mindful about, again, as part of capital management, how we invest our money. You compare with, say, the Singapore banks, they are already 3 times stronger, right, in terms of capital and currency. What else is your question? Service, I think the other point is on service. We actually have a service counter outside, to take on any of your feedback and complaints. So I hope you will be able to use that particular counter that we have. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Just one more things I want to highlight is on the safe deposit box. So actually, safe deposit box, if you do it as a business itself on box only, you're not going to make money. But if you can structure it in with like a Islamic pawnbroking, you have all the storage, allow them, then they can deposit their assets to you and borrow money from the Arahu or something like that. Then you have a better model for the deposit business, safety deposit box. So then you can explore a better model. Because right now, if you go to bank and say I want to rent a safe deposit box, I cannot get because market shortage. So because people don't want the banks don't want to invest because the return is low. So you structure in as with other things into it, then maybe it can viable.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. Okay, any more questions from the floor? Okay, I'm scanning the room.
This is regarding the safety of your apps. You got double authentication. Whether anyone can hack our handphone and copy our fingerprint. Because I'm scared of this. I don't use, only Maybank I use online transaction, and also the digital bank. Others bank I don't use.
I think the way we're doing it now is we have a two-factor authentication. So that's to help to secure our transaction. On fingerprints, I don't think anyone can copy a fingerprint unless it's authenticated by the owner of the fingerprint. But maybe on the two-factor, I think we have discussed it earlier on the two-factor authentication.
Chairman, if I can, again, it may be a slight inconvenience, but we have you in mind in terms of your security as a customer.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and all board members. Don't worry, I'm not going to put it too hard, but I'm looking at the annual report earlier. Curious about few questions to pose. One, I saw there is some business to serve home office. I'm just curious, this home office belongs to which segment of the business? I understand it's usually serving this high net worth customer that have set a home office for some professional to handle it. Is that going to be like a supportive income stream, or is probably a potential for Maybank intend to expand it like a key income in futures? And then sustainable financing, I saw there are quite a lot of questions about that. Just wondering, because I saw there's like solar financing example as part of a significant program Maybank is supporting, but any successful case to call out to share, like really bringing a positive impact after helping? I mean, quoting solar financing is just one of the examples. And then also curious, since there is a very serious focus on technology investment and in AI, cloud, all this sort, is like digital touch point, like MAE, Maybank to you, etc. These apps, is that going to be like likelihood of embedded some AI tools to improve our customer experience? And then, I'm also curious, when they're talking about these upskill, reskilling employees, target to achieve 30.2% odds, this is talking about the upskill, reskill existing force, or there is actually including some new hiring? Because, for example, AI, ML, they probably need some engineers for that, to support the Gen AI, and then data scientists. So these are like a composition for existing skill sets, upskill, reskill, or it could be including some hiring for this more professional IT technology-based headcounts. And then this one, a second one is a little curious on, there is also so-called partnership with Microsoft. This is referring to the AI support, or talking about that also use partnership, make use of their engineers and data scientists, perhaps from the AI, cloud, or this sort of support. Yeah, thank you.
All right. The first one is, I guess it's family office. Yeah? Obviously, this is for the ultra high net worth, for them to manage their wealth through family office. We have done a few, and of course, this is in conjunction with the Forest City Financial Center, right? That was announced by the government with certain incentives for the company. So we were the first one to bring one family there. But of course, we are continuing to pursue other potential clients that may have these needs for family office. You talk about sustainable finance, yes, in retail. Other than solar panel, EV is a big focus of us, right? As far as financing EV cars. I think now we have been growing that business quite nicely. But obviously, it's also a chicken and egg, right? Because I think maybe now the intensity for EV cars will be greater
with potentially high fuel price and, of course, greater infrastructure for that. We have also financed, without naming names, some big companies in terms of moving from coal power plant, right, to being able to provide hydrogen-capable, enabled power plant as well. And over time, then that can become a full transition to clean energy. So I can say that we have approved 2 such financing for our clients. In terms of upskill and reskill, these are primarily for our own existing Maybankers. Yeah, because these are new skills that our people may not have, and hence, we want to help our employees to be able to use the tool that is available out there to do their job better, and of course to serve our customers more effectively. Yeah. Of course, if there are skills that we don't have, for future activities, we will hire. Again, things like maybe IT architects. Right, things like that. If we don't have the skills, then we will need to hire. What else? I think, is there anything that I missed? Oh, okay, Microsoft partnership. This Microsoft, we have always been using their M360, right? For their operating system, etc. And from that, we say that we have to upgrade 360 to 365 anyway, right? Because that's what they asked us to do. Otherwise, they won't support us anymore. But we also know from there that Microsoft has got many other capabilities that we can get assistance for. For example, AI, Copilot, and cloud, etc. So we are actually expanding our relationship with Microsoft for the other capabilities that we need, that Microsoft, as a strong company, can also provide. Within that relationship, we have also enabled the COE as well, and Microsoft is also helping us with their resources to run the COE to help our people to be upskilled, etc. within AI, Copilot, cloud, etc. I think I've answered all questions.
Sorry, miss one more. Any this digital touch point, like example, MAE, Maybank to you, will consider embed some AIs tooling,
yes,
helping customers?
We are already doing that, actually. And it's a matter of continued progression based on the use cases that we believe is useful for our clients. Yeah.
Good afternoon, board members and chairman. My name is Chong Fook King. I'm a shareholder. If you look at your page 81 on the financial performance, no doubt Maybank, in terms of net revenue has grown a bit, but it seems if you look at the year 2025 compared to previous year, we have actually, reduced from 68 billion to 66. And then if you look at the bottom on the net impaired loan, it's actually grown percentage-wise from 0.51 to 0.79. What's the main contributor on the impaired loan? Also, just a general comment, if you compare with the other regional banks down south, when they report their performance for 2025, there was quite a big jump for their performance. Whereas for us, for Maybank, it seems a little bit underwhelming. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Can I go? Yeah. On the operating revenue, I think it's also a function of interest rate. because that is on the gross level. So as interest rate comes down, then our revenue also comes down. Yeah. On net impact loans, I think, of course, this is net of loan loss. And in particular last year, what we had was that there was one big restructuring, right, without naming names, where the provision would move to the security side as opposed to loan. So when we restructured the loan, instead of a loan, it became securities, and the provision also moves to that, right? And hence, the impact loans is also affected because of the ratio. So these are the explanation on that. I know you're comparing with the Singapore banks, and many people do ask us, right, how do we compare with Singapore banks? I think it's also a reflection of how our Singapore unit has grown as well, particularly on wealth. So maybe that's a better comparison, because Singapore liquidity is abundant, and especially now with the crisis, right? A lot of people are putting money in Singapore, in addition to where the money came from China, now even from Middle East. So the liquidity is abundant. And if you look at our unit in Singapore, more than 50% of the fee income now comes from wealth. So in a way, whilst we are smaller compared to the 3 large banks in Singapore, we have also been benefiting from that liquidity inflow, and particularly from wealth clients. Singapore now constitutes about 1/4 of our total assets, and then about 20-21% of our total profit, compared to smaller numbers before.
Okay. After this, we still have to go through any questions received today from the virtual meeting platform. Just to go one round again around the room. Any more questions, please? If there is none from the floor, thank you very much. So now let's see if we have questions through the virtual meeting platform that we received today. Okay.
Can I? Yeah. The first one is on DRP. So DRP basically is there. The scheme is there, and we're also seeking shareholders to approve one resolution on DRP. I guess as and when we need it, we will then trigger the need for DRP. Of course, DRP, when we implement DRP, there will be capital coming back, and hence there will be an increase in our capital base, and that will dilute our return on equity. So we're also mindful in terms of if we need DRP, we also have to take care of the matrix, right, as far as, say, return on equity is concerned. Share price drop. So Maybank share price performance is not only subject to company's fundamentals, but other variables, including market and macroeconomy. Maybank has continued to provide strong shareholder return. There was quite a ramp up in our share price, I think maybe in February. And again, we answered that in the earlier Q&A. There was, I guess, an expectation from shareholders that we could pay more, and maybe at least get clarity on our capital management. But we answered that again. We will, look at the need on capital management from a growth perspective, from rewarding shareholders, from looking at buffer, etc., right, during this volatile environment. So that would be our response as far as this is concerned. The next would be what would the bank look like in the next 5 years? Yeah, I think we have covered that. Could Maybank pay out? I think we've also covered. And then any plan to restart dividend investment policy? I have explained that. The end power of general operate banking counter per head, where machine operate cost cheaper. counter or manpower when machine replaced? I think here we will address all your similar questions in regard to utilizing machine and power management. Yeah, that's quite general. From shareholder Uy, will Maybank having bonus issue? Not, we don't have any plan at this juncture. Maybank equity trading platform is light year behind service provider like Mumu in terms of function. Yes, we are aware of that, and we are undertaking a re-platforming exercise, yeah, to be able to again have a much advanced capability to serve our clients as far as equity trading is concerned. How much total SME loan market share does Maybank have? We have still around 20% market share in SME. Yeah, and indeed we are now the biggest in SME based on Banagara's definition. How much total house loan market share does Maybank have? Also around 20% as well, as far as household loan. The annual group doing for celebrations costing how much from group does it tax exempt? Annual group doing for celebration. The group cost incurred for group-wide celebrations during the year was relatively modest and managed within approved limit, and such costs are generated as business expenses and are tax deductible. NIM guidance, I think we have explained that, I believe. Pre-AGM FAQ did not specify any CET threshold. I think I have explained that earlier to a shareholder. Page 30 reports brand value increase. Could management explain the methodology and key drivers used to measure and derive this brand value? Brand valuation is based on methodology established by Brand Finance, which applies the royalty relief approach. And in essence, brand value reflects the net present value of future earnings attributable to the Maybank brand based on its strength, market position, and ability to generate sustainable revenue. So the increase in brand value reflects the strength of the Maybank brand in driving long-term earnings and sustaining competitive advantage. I'm a shareholder, Lee Kong Ming. May I know any bonus issue? I think we have got no plan for now. In the partnership with Microsoft meant for facilitating existing upskill, I think I've explained that in the question from the lady shareholder earlier. Can share a few successful stories about how Maybank is able to effectively counter, defense, and safeguard customer interest from cyber attack threats, financial scams, impersonating, and or phishing. Maybank, we do have a strong track record of protecting customers against cyber threat and scams through advanced fraud detection, secure authentication, continuous education. We actually have successfully prevented and mitigated attempts such as phishing, impersonation, and financial scams. Next one is from shareholder Tan. Any likelihood of offering AI tools being embedded within? Yes, I think I've explained that earlier as well. Any plans to introduce new flexible products similar to Touch and Go Now? We are currently rolling out several new features to our May app, which customers can look forward to in the coming quarters. Are there any risk limits in tracking ESG performance and exposure in ERD and CRD? In Maybank's ERD, enterprise risk, there are ESG-related key risk indicators that are used to monitor and manage exposure, including climate change portfolio transition, CCPT, and emissions intensity in the 6 hard-to-abate sectors, where Maybank Group has set and announced interim 2030 decarbonization targets. As a shareholder and customer, I waited 1 hour, 30 minutes at KLCC branch. I think this has been, is it the same shareholder? What specific steps will Maybank take to reduce branch waiting time, and how will better service efficiency help? We take note of your experience and will use it for our improvement. We are accelerating initiatives to improve waiting times and enhance service efficiency through key areas: digital account opening, appointment booking, and smart queue and service segmentations. And all these measures are designed to enhance the customer experience, drive efficiency, and support stronger profitability for our shareholders. Again, thank you for all the customer experience feedback. MBB recently launched stablecoin pilot project in Feb 2026. Is there a timeline of this pilot project to a certain project feasibility and assessing market interest? Our pilot program for tokenized deposit has shown strong potential, enabling faster and more efficient cross-border fund movement. As for the rollout and timeline of the stablecoin, we remain guided by Bank Negara. So what we did earlier was program for tokenized FX deposit transfer between Malaysia and Singapore. And for that one, actually, we have got good interest from our other clients. Are the 30.2% employees take on next-gen roles, referring to purely the upskill, reskill existing employees, or include new hiring? I think I've explained that. Islamic financing is growing faster than conventional loans. Could management clarify whether this is driven by customer demand or strategy? And please compare both segments in terms of growth potential, profitability, ROA, and asset quality. Generally, in terms of profitability and ROA, they are similar. Growth potential, we believe, as we again embark on values-based offering, the growth can continue to be there. And again, from Islamic finance, we try not to just focus on financing, but also other services that we can provide to our customers. How much is USD portfolio weighted currently? Any strategy for the US dollar loans and deposits given the uncertainty? Excuse me. Our USD portfolio has always been trending at approximately 20% of our balance sheet. We will continue to be actively managing our interest rate exposure on all currencies, including US dollar, by balancing our growth pipeline and funding requirements. Why is renting Menara 118 is better than retrofitting our own HQ? Also, what is the exit plan for Menara Maybank after the 10-year lease? Is there a guaranteed floor price from PNB? Kindly be informed that the first part of your question on whether renting Menara 108 is better than retrofitting our HQ, we have actually addressed this earlier and responded to under the performance and business. On the exit plan, the bank plans to explore options for the building's future, including potential strategic opportunities for Menara Maybank. Next, current arrangement with PNB guarantee a minimum rental, safeguarding the interests of our minority shareholders. Lastly, our cost comparison between retrofitting the existing building and relocating to M118 or Merdeka 118 shows relocation to be a more cost-effective option. In light of recent unrest in major Middle East economies like Dubai, Saudi, are we seeing more inquiries from Middle East on private wealth and family office? Yes, we do have got inquiries. And obviously, again, from a customer point of view, they seem to prefer Singapore, right, to bring their money. But we do have such inquiries. How much gross loan did Maybank achieve for Malaysia, household, SME, other loans? Okay. Okay, I think we can see the number. Household retail, we are at about 276 billion ringgit. At SME, we are about 42 billion ringgit. And others, non-retail, are at about 137 billion ringgit at the end of 2025. Digital monetary transaction rose 58% to 3.88 billion. Could management explain key drivers of this big jump and clarify what types of transactions are included? The increase to 3.8 billion was driven by continued growth in our digital active base, a sustained shift towards digital banking, and broader merchant acceptance across our ecosystem. Notably, QR transaction volumes grew 86% year-on-year, reflecting strong adoption. This metric primarily includes customer-initiated financial transactions across our digital channels, such as fund transfers, bill payments, and payments made via mobile and online banking platform. Given the projected slowdown and the volatility in energy price due to geopolitical conflicts, what specific financial assistance buffers has Maybank built? Again, I think I have addressed this. There is also a specific relief packages that are also being created to enable us to structure the repayment to best suit the borrowers. Bank Negara has also just introduced a financing scheme of up to 750,000 ringgit per facility to eligible SMEs, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. Is the Box department to be transferred to Merdeka 118? No. We actually, for our customers who currently enjoy our safe deposit box service at Menara Maybank, they will in future be served at the Dataran Maybank and Bangsa Baru branch. Excuse me. May we know, is there any technology refresh on existing core banking? I think I've explained this in my presentation as well as the Q&A. Internet banking market share declined from 52 to 49. Could management share Maybank's growth in transaction volume and value, and whether the decline reflects slower growth versus peers? We continue to see healthy growth in both transaction volume and value across our digital platforms. The change in market share primarily reflects a maturing base. Given our already large and highly digital-savvy customer base, our growth will normally be naturally be more measured compared to newer entrants. And our focus remains on deepening customer engagement, expanding use cases to give our customers more value-added services. Given Maybank's strong CET1 ratio of 16% and healthy capital position, why does management still seek recurring approval to issue new shares under dividend reinvestment plan? In determining capital return strategies, the board considered a range of factors. On the DRP, we still need to seek this general mandate from shareholders at the AGM in the event the need arises for the DRP implementation for the upcoming dividend payments declared by us between this AGM and the next AGM. Referring to management's response to my pre-AGM question pertaining to cash inflow arising from transactions with NCI, which was recorded under investment activity, is this in line with FRS 107, paragraph 42A? Yes, this is consistent with FRS 107, paragraph 39, as the transaction resulted in loss of control and the related cash flow is appropriately classified under investing activities. A portion of the group profit in 25 appears to have been driven by lower impairment. Could management elaborate on the sustainability of this and what the key drivers of earnings will be forward? Yes, the group enjoyed lower NCC of 8 basis points arising from corporate recoveries in the lending portfolio. We view this as an upside last year and unlikely to be recurring going forward. As part of Raw 30 plans, we have shared target annual NCC of 20 basis points, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we view this as more sustainable. And as shared in our Raw 30, I think I've shared that those targets for this year. Yeah. Bursa has experienced a record IPO listing. What is Maybank investment performance? We did well last year. We were ranked first in Malaysia for equity capital market by deal value, and regionally we are ranked second in ASEAN by both deal and value and deal counts. And in Malaysia alone last year, we were involved in approximately 32% of total IPO funds raised, yeah, and successfully leading and completing 4 out of 11 main market IPOs. And the pipeline remains strong for this year. Can MBB consider to allow products like paper, silver, gold to be transacted via May? Touch and Go have been started and can be done in apps, while Maybank just allows over-counter. Maybank offers Mega Eye on the May app, which provides customer access to gold investment. We continue to review our products offerings, yeah, as part of our broader strategy. Why is it that May app cannot be downloaded in Oppo Pad or Honor Pad, but other banks' apps can be downloaded? May app is available for download on the Google Play Store for Oppo Pad and Honor Pad devices running Android 9 and above. For those of you here on site, our support team located just outside this room will be happy to assist with any troubleshooting. For shareholders joining us online, our usual customer support channels remain available to help with any issues. Maybank is going to launch new app next 5 years to replace current May. May just celebrate 5 years anniversary. Is the plan to have new app meant this May performance not that good? How to ensure new app can deliver? We would like to clarify that we are not replacing the May app, and customers may continue to access and use the May app as usual. To better serve our customers' evolving banking needs, we will continue to progressively enhance the May app with additional capabilities and new platform. Yeah? These ongoing enhancements reflect our commitment to continuously improve the May experiences. How is M2U e-wallet growth plan to gain more users and compete with CIMB TNG? Our approach is not to compete purely in a standalone e-wallet, but to leverage our full banking ecosystem to drive deeper and more sustainable engagements. And we are focused on embedding payments into everyday journey within May. What is the management position of May app? It seems the app is stuck in the middle, neither a super app nor a full-fledged banking app. May combines the convenience of a daily use app with the strength and trust of a full banking relationship. May serves as the primary tool to help with customers' everyday financial needs, from payments and spending to savings and financial management. How does the board ensure Maybank's sustainable finance targets are supported by credible impact measures and control against greenwashing? We take greenwashing seriously, and we have implemented policies such as no deforestation, no pit, and no exploitation, or NDPE, which are embedded in our sustainable transaction finance. And these frameworks are actually validated by an external experts, a group of experts, and the figure we publish internally audited and subjected to assurance by third parties. With crypto and stablecoin getting more regulated and common here, has Maybank plan to adopt or explore crypto? We are on the lookout for opportunities. Our focus is on regulated, utility-driven digital asset use cases, and we continue to assess opportunities. We clearly define a regulatory framework, working closely with regulators to ensure compliance, stability, and customer protection. As a shareholder of Maybank and customer of Maybank, I noticed that your credit card point conversion has been revised multiple times, leading to not favorable conversion to LN miles. Any plans to revise to bring back customers? As of now, there are no plans to reevaluate the conversion rates for MR redemption. On an overall basis, going beyond just miles, our cards offerings remain very competitive in the market and continue to excite cardholders through a range of exclusive benefits and lifestyle privileges covering travel, F&B, well-being, healthcare, shopping, etc. What are the mechanisms used to set the FD board rate in order to be competitive in the market? Board rates are regularly monitored across the banking industry, where relevant management will assess the need to adjust board rate up or down in line with market and other banking peers. Assessment of such is performed at least monthly at the group asset and liability committee, and more frequently should the need arise, for example, when changes are made to the OPR rates. The stablecoin has potential to replace conventional cross-border payment instrument. One key challenge lies in implementing this program at a concerted industry level, ensuring broad participation, especially the interoperability. This rollout will require Bank Negara Malaysia's guidance to align stakeholders and establish a sustainable framework. Which sectors or geographies does Maybank expect to monitor more closely in 26? I think sectors with direct exposure to energy prices, freight disruptions, and insurance costs, such as ONG, port and logistics, aviation, and petrochemicals. Indirect impact sectors which are sensitive to energy prices and margin compression, such as construction, manufacturing, and agriculture. SMEs and consumers linked, which are sensitive to inflationary pressures, demand slowdown, and supply disruptions. Why is the automated SDB rental at Etara America so expensive? The pricing of the SDB there reflects the use of advanced technology with enhanced security and features that provide a better customer experience. Our pricing remains competitive and we benchmark against similar offerings. On customer experience, what contract enhancements are planned for the May app? I think this has been answered. Maybank has dropped in customer deposit. I think this has also been answered. Card reserve used to be best travel card in the market, but after revision of air miles, I think this has also been answered earlier, right? Could you provide justification for appointing Mesin Niaga as the cloud infrastructure provider? Was Maybank's decision made after evaluating other potential vendors? For the case in question, the appointment was conducted through a robust and confidential procurement and tender process with multiple vendors evaluated. We would also highlight that such awards are generally not disclosed in the market. However, disclosures may arise where required by a vendor's regulatory obligations as a listed entity. Looking at the e-trade app, the fee is high compared to some other trading platform, and also app design is so unfriendly. Do the board have any plan to change the platform? We recognize the competitive landscape, including pricing, user experience. We offer competitive brokerage rates through ongoing campaigns and promotion, and are collaborating with May designers to enhance the platform's UI, UX. We have seen a significant influx of family offices, high net worth individuals. How much of this new capital is Maybank successfully capturing? We have made strong inroads in capturing opportunities in the market, as reflected in the latest 2025 Asia Private Banker League table. Maybank Private has advanced to 20th position, supported by a strong 30% year-on-year growth in asset under management, and the growth is ahead of peers, as listed there. Is Maybank involved in any business related to shadow investment institution found globally? No, we are not. Write-off volume, as of September, Maybank Group reported approximately 74 million in bad debts and financing write-off. At the end of shareholders are losing. Bank's GIL ratio stood at 1.28% at the end of last year, and that's below industry level with improved NCC. And we will continue to maintain a disciplined approach to asset quality. With BNPL trend emerging, what are the company's strategy to tap on this wave? We are closely monitoring the progress of BNPL adoption trend and take a considered approach to ensure a new solution consistently delivers value and protection to customers. Again, here we don't want to overburden our customers by, not necessarily understanding the implication arising from them taking BNPL. Why is the safe deposit box service discontinued? Our customers who currently enjoy our SDB, they will in future be served. Okay, I have explained this earlier. Percentage exposure of loans to data center ONG. Data center comprises now about 0.5% of our portfolio. Oil and gas about 2.1%. What is Maybank's strategic plan in the expansion of existing presence in ASEAN? I think mentioned this earlier based on the earlier question. Within the next 12 months, what specific AI initiatives does the bank intend to implement? First, on workforce optimization, will Maybank use AI to improve manpower allocation, shift scheduling, or recruitment efficiency? We are taking a deliberate phased approach to AI delivery, focusing on use cases that enable sales and advisory effectiveness, improving efficiency. This includes embedding AI into recruitment and HR processes. So at the same time, we are scaling AI tools across frontline functions to enhance decision support, enabling job redesigns and higher value roles rather than headcount reduction. How are you sure that staff at all levels, from branch to senior management, are actually using AI? What kind of training? Under Raw 30, digitalization and AI are being embedded to remove friction. Through our future-ready digital acceleration, Maybankers are equipped. This is certainly something that is on the agenda of senior management to make sure that the adoption is there, the use cases are being thought of and even delivered, to make sure that, again, it's pervasive across the group. Is the board open to start a small, risk-managed digital asset reserve given the increasing global institution? Maybank recognizes the increasing popularity of digital assets such as Bitcoin. Prior to any implementation, we will undertake a robust assessment covering strategic alignment, risk management, governance, and of course, regulatory framework. Will the new technology AI come on board? Any impact on the headcount? AI and new technology are here to support our employees, not replace them. By automating routine tasks and providing better insights, we enable our teams to focus on building stronger customer relationship. Can the person responsible for online banking address user feedback on the default setting for the preferred account? I use the PC transaction. This is specific, so thank you for sharing your feedback. We will work on enhancing the experience for our desktop PC customers, and this will be conveyed to the responsible team. What are the company's biggest challenges in growing into fast emerging ASEAN neighbors? Example, Vietnam. I think I explained that question earlier. May I ask for clarification on the rationale behind granting a benefit of about 4 million to non-executive director? A large portion of the benefits payable to non-executive directors are for allowances for attending meeting. We pay our NEDs an allowance of 4,500 ringgit per meeting attended. This rate is not the highest in the market and remains comparable against industry standards. Maybank is spending more on the remuneration. Our current non-NEDs has not changed. Remuneration structure has not changed since it was first approved by shareholders at the GM in 2024. And we appoint consultants once every 3 years to conduct an NED remuneration review exercise. And the review conducted by the consultants include benchmarking exercise against peers. Overlay setting, I've explained that. Actually is explained in note 12, right? Roman 12 of annual report, financial book, and aligned with MFRS 9 financial instrument accounting standard. Please call out examples of successful sustainable financing. I think I've explained this also earlier from one of the questions from the floor. Please call out, okay, can I ask why the difference of price of buying and selling for gold is higher compared to last year? The pricing adjustment was made to deter abusive trading behaviors by some users manipulating the MEGA system previously. However, we have since reduced margins to a reasonable and competitive level compared to other market players. Most banks offer the same promotional interest rate for their conventional Islamic. I noticed Maybank only offer promotional interest rate for Islamic FD. I'm referring to promotion not tied to investment. We do offer both conventional Islamic promotional FD rates from time to time. Please keep a lookout for our future campaign. I think, is that the end of the question? That's the end. All right, that's the end, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Datuk Sri Khairul. Well, it's been a long day. But thank you very much for the support from shareholders. I mean, the fact that you're asking questions means that you are there to support us, giving good feedback and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary has informed me that no notice has been received. We have now completed the deliberation or resolution as set out in the notice of AGM as mentioned earlier. We'll publish the entire set of the Q&As on our corporate website after the conclusion of this AGM. We will now close the Q&A session and proceed with the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary has informed me that no notice has been received to transact any other business of which due notice shall have been given in accordance with the Companies Act. As all the resolutions have been tabled, please proceed to cast your vote now if you have not submitted your votes earlier. To those in the meeting hall, if you are unable to vote using your devices, please be informed that we have open polling kiosks at the back of this hall as an alternative option for you to submit your vote. The voting session will be closed in 10 minutes. The poll results will be validated by the scrutineers and will be made available for announcement soon. We target to announce the poll results 15 minutes after the closure of the voting session. We will call the meeting to order after 25 minutes for announcement of the poll results. So we'll take a break for 25 minutes.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting is boardroom share registrars, and representatives from the scrutineers will also be present to monitor the polling process. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform that allows both physical and virtual attendees to cast their votes using their own smartphones or tablets, or at designated polling kiosks if you are unable to use your personal device. Physical attendees should scan the QR code provided on their instruction slip, while virtual attendees may access the meeting and voting platform via the link sent to their registered email. Enter the 12-digit meeting ID shown on your screen to join the meeting. Review and accept the terms and conditions. Log in using your username and password as shown on your instruction slip. To vote, navigate to the voting tab on the left side of the screen, or at the bottom of the screen if you are using a smartphone. The resolutions and voting choices will be displayed. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. A confirmation message will appear once your vote is received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press cancel. To change your vote, simply select another direction. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear, and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the chairman announcement. If you require assistance, for physical attendees you may approach any usher station throughout the venue, while virtual attendees can contact the boardroom help desk at 0378904700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting is boardroom share registrars, and representatives from the scrutineers will also be present to monitor the polling process. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform that allows both physical and virtual attendees to cast their votes using their own smartphones or tablets, or at designated polling kiosks if you are unable to use your personal device. Physical attendees should scan the QR code provided on their instruction slip, while virtual attendees may access the meeting and voting platform via the link sent to their registered email. Enter the 12-digit meeting ID shown on your screen to join the meeting. Review and accept the terms and conditions. Log in using your username and password as shown on your instruction slip. To vote, navigate to the voting tab on the left side of the screen, or at the bottom of the screen if you are using a smartphone. The resolutions and voting choices will be displayed. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. A confirmation message will appear once your vote is received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Cancel. To change your vote, simply select another direction. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear, and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the chairman announcement. If you require assistance, for physical attendees you may approach any usher station throughout the venue, while virtual attendees can contact the boardroom help desk at 0378904700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting is boardroom share registrars, and representatives from the scrutineers will also be present to monitor the polling process. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform that allows both physical and virtual attendees to cast their votes using their own smartphones or tablets, or at designated polling kiosks if you are unable to use your personal device. Physical attendees should scan the QR code provided on their instruction slip, while virtual attendees may access the meeting and voting platform via the link sent to their registered email. Enter the 12-digit meeting ID shown on your screen to join the meeting. Review and accept the terms and conditions. Log in using your username and password as shown on your instruction slip. To vote, navigate to the voting tab on the left side of the screen, or at the bottom of the screen if you are using a smartphone. The resolutions and voting choices will be displayed. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. A confirmation message will appear once your vote is received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Cancel. To change your vote, simply select another direction. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen, for or against. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the chairman announcement. If you require assistance, for physical attendees you may approach any usher station throughout the venue, while virtual attendees can contact the boardroom help desk at 0378904700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting is boardroom share registrars and representatives from the scrutineers will also be present to monitor the polling process. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform that allows both physical and virtual attendees to cast their votes using their own smartphones or tablets, or at designated polling kiosks if you are unable to use your personal device. Physical attendees should scan the QR code provided on their instruction slip, while virtual attendees may access the meeting and voting platform via the link sent to their registered email. Enter the 12-digit meeting ID shown on your screen to join the meeting. Review and accept the terms and conditions. Log in using your username and password as shown on your instruction slip. To vote, navigate to the voting tab on the left side.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realize that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group sustainability agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
Weaving, an act of two separate threads interlaced at the right angle, a harmony of opposites. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program is implemented with specific objectives and goals, building towards a systematic relationship to generate maximum sustainable impact for the weavers and their community. Southeast Asia is the home to some of the most diverse and intricate handwoven fabrics in the world. Weaving has a colorful history in this region, marked by wars, trade, and beliefs. By preserving the culture and knowledge of our ASEAN community, we preserve a piece of who we are and our identity. This is where the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers comes in. The program promotes traditional woven textiles in a sustainable manner across the ASEAN region in becoming economically independent, whilst advocating financial inclusion. Sericulture and cotton farmers are also benefiting from our program. The sericulture farmers are essential to the silk weaving cycle, since the silkworms only feed on the leaves of the mulberry trees, whilst the cotton farmers are essential to the cotton weaving cycle in producing natural fiber for weaving thread. Since its launch in 2016, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program has taken root in Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, and Malaysia, blending eco-conscious practices with cultural preservation. The program has trained plenty of women weavers, supported numerous sericulture and cotton farmers, and planted countless mulberry trees and cotton bushes. In 2025, the journey continues into the Philippines, a land where vibrant textile traditions continue to define regional identity and community pride. Through partnership with Anthill Fabric Gallery, the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines will establish 2 weaving training centers in Argao and Bukidnon, train local women weavers in Argao, Bukidnon, and Manila, as well as supporting Abaca farmers in Bukidnon. Nestled along the coast of Cebu, Argao is rich in history, culture, and untapped weaving potential. Originally known for their polyhemp and kinarnero weaves, here the community is ready to revive a forgotten weave, hablon, and to build something new, together, designed to serve as a weaving training hub and innovative production space. Upon its completion, the center will embody the future of sustainable weaving in the Argao region. Each thread is a bridge between past and future, tradition and transformation. Each piece tells a story of resilience, of dignity, of hope.
Ako di ay si Aureng Laureana, akong tinuod ngalan, akong edad 73, mag-74 na hapit naman. Hinoon sa atong pagtiyaga sa paghablo namo, tako kayo na katabang sa akong kinabuhi, ma'am Panon. Nasugod ra ko kuman kay abi nimo sa akong mga hablonira, makatabang pud ko sa ilang mga sakripisyo sa paghablon. Kung sa ihatag kanila, makakwarta man po niya. Makatabang sa ilang mga estudyante, gawas na ako kay dako jud kay pasalamat nimo ma'am An ug sa Maybank kini karon dako kaayo jud nga inggan yung gihatag. Uy, dako jud kay kog pasalamat kanimo ma'am An kung wala pa pud ka magkuan sa Maybank. Salamat jud kaayo nga makatabang nako, makatabang sa akong mga weavers nga mula hutay pahantod sud mabuhi pa ta.
Ako si Jeline Olagar, Community Manager diri sa Hablo ni Lariana sa Argao. Ang akong gibati karon nga mubag-o na ang amo ang looms niya na siya improvement o kaming tanan magpasalamat sumigdako sa Maybank Foundation kay usami sa napili nila ba nga matabangan nga madako o maanindot na ang amo ang weaving center. Pinaagi sa pagpanindot, sa pagpalambo, ang kaming mga weavers daghan na po ma-income kay murag madaghan man ang mga orders, so mabisi na gid mi ani, so makatigom na gid silang daghan. Para sa pag-eskwela sa mga anak, para sa mga panginahanglanon o kinahanglan po kada adlaw nga panguan kanang mga palit og mga pagkaon, dako kay gikatabang gyud. Salamat usab kaayo sa Maybank Foundation nga wala mi nila pasagdi nga mitabang gid sila nagduha-duha sa pagtabang kanamo nga molambo ang amo ang weaving center. Ug salamat usab sa Anthill.
Anthill Fabric Gallery is very fortunate to be the implementing partner of the Maybank Women's Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. The Maybank Women Eco-Weavers Philippines model is built on a complete and circular weaving ecosystem basis. This program and partnership is very unique as it will cover nationwide, representing Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, supporting our partner communities in our urban, indigenous, and rural sector. The weavers from the Philippines will have the access to join upskilling workshops, leveraging on the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers network of partners in Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, such as learning the natural dye techniques using roots, bark, leaves, and fruits. This eco-conscious approach minimizes water use, eliminates harmful chemicals, and integrates traditional wisdom with sustainability. With market access, infrastructure support, leadership trainings, and financial literacy trainings, as well as capacity building, among others, we ensure a sustainable livelihood and long-term impact that's very holistic, covering socio-economic, cultural, and environmental impacts. This is more than a weaving upskilling program. It's transformation.
Today, the women of Argao are already weaving their dreams into reality. Thank you to our program partner, Anthill, and all those who supported us in the effort to empower the lives of all the beneficiaries of the Maybank Women Eco-Weavers program in the Philippines. Together, we are reviving heritage, empowering communities, and weaving a better future, one thread at a time.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use, because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to UBIS. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next TGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
The M2U Biz app is convenient and user-friendly for us, especially we're constantly on the run in the gym. And that lets us put more focus on our customers.
Dengan adanya persediaan halal, kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, jaminan kepada pelanggan-pelanggan kita. Dakti Foods Sdn Bhd merupakan syarikat pengeluar snack unik yang ada di Batu Arang, Selangor. Pada mulanya kita dari dapur rumah hanya berdua saja buat production. Kita boleh buat satu hari dalam 50 balang saja. Alhamdulillah kurang 5 tahun kita dah berada di kilang kita sendiri. Atas sokongan orang ramai terhadap keunikan dan keenakan snack kita, itu yang membolehkan kita kekal relevan sehingga ke hari ini.
Memasuki pasaran pada tahun 2019 dengan inovasi snack cornflakes telur masin pedas, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Dakti Foods Sdn Bhd, Anif Azami, bersyukur atas sambutan luar biasa yang diterima. Kejayaan ini turut mendorong beliau dan pasukannya untuk memperluaskan barisan produk mereka dengan menambahkan produk berasaskan cendawan tiram dan kulit popiah.
Bagi kami, pensijilan halal ini adalah sesuatu yang penting bagi pengusaha produk makanan. Dengan adanya pensijilan halal, produk kita boleh menembusi pelbagai ruang pasaran. Kita bebas untuk memasarkan produk kita tanpa rasa was-was. Dan yang paling mustahak, bila kita ada pensijilan halal, ini membuatkan pelanggan lebih yakin dan percaya dengan produk-produk yang kita keluarkan.
Memperoleh sijil pengesahan halal Malaysia dari JAKIM tidak hanya memberi kepercayaan kepada pengguna, tetapi juga menjadi kunci kepada masa depan yang cerah bagi Dakti Foods Sdn Bhd dengan bekerjasama dengan jenama besar.
I now call the meeting to order for announcement of the poll results, which have been verified by the scrutineers. So I would like to call upon Ms. Kasturi Nathan, partner of Deloitte Malaysia, to confirm the poll results.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. I am pleased to confirm that the poll voting results have been verified by Deloitte. For Ordinary Resolution 1, there are 99.75% shares voted for and 0.25% of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 2, there are 99.9% shares voted for and a negligible percentage of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 3, there are 99.5% of shares voted for and 0.5% of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 4, there are 98.13% of shares voted for and 1.86% of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 5, there are 99.9% of shares voted for and negligible percentage of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 6, there are 99.9% of shares voted for and negligible percentage of shares voted against. For Ordinary Resolution 7, there are 99.3% of shares voted for and 0.6% of shares voted against. And as for the final resolution, for ordinary resolution 8, there are 98.99% of shares voted for and about 1% of shares voted against. And with this, I'll pass the floor back to Tan Sri Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kasturi. Now, based on the poll results, I hereby declare that all ordinary resolutions tabled at this meeting carried. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the business of today's meeting. Once again, thank you for your attendance today, and thank you for your continued support of the bank. I would also like to take this opportunity to record my sincere appreciation to my fellow board members because their steadfast leadership and guidance have been invaluable. At the same time, our appreciation is also extended to the management and all the employees of Maybank. Together, we will continue to build on our progress and continue to move forward with confidence and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, the bank will also be embarking on a new chapter. We will be relocating our corporate headquarters from Menara Maybank to Menara Merdeka 118 with effect from 6th of May 2026. This move represents more than just a change in location. It reflects our continuing ambition to evolve, to strengthen our capabilities, and to position the bank for the future. We look forward to your continued support and trust as we undertake this journey. With your encouragement and with hope for continued success, we remain committed to delivering long-term value for all our stakeholders while continuing to humanize financial services in everything we do. With that, I hereby declare the meeting closed, and we will end the live streaming for this AGM now. Thank you very much.
Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa. Encendida quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días. Noches. Yeah. enfades conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti escrito. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Quizás te piensas cosas así, lo sé, pero piensa lo maravilloso que tenemos y podemos. Te pido este amor, mantenemos. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. never know. Until I build, I lead you and never slide. And I hope, or sand and pride is what you want. you.